Chapter 21:30. The gaze of the eye above seemed to have landed on him. The black flame in Rong Xiu's eye suddenly jumped up and burned even more fiercely. A thin layer of ice quickly spread under his feet. The next moment, he suddenly raised his hand and clenched it in Dumpling's direction. Crack! The two chains on Tuan Zi's wrists broke at once. Ah, you! Dumpling was stunned for a moment, then she quickly threw herself into Chu Luoyue's arms. Chu Luoyue hugged her tightly. Where's Zichen? Dumpling asked. Chu Luoyue carefully wiped the blood off her face. Don't worry. Zichen is safe now. When Dumpling was about to go on a rampage, she had a bad feeling and summoned Zichen back into her body. Fortunately, Zichen was not restrained at that time, and with Mao Zhen's help, her body recovered a little. The whole process went smoothly. You go back first. Chu Luoyue ordered. Dumpling hugged her neck tightly. But, that I was very dangerous. Be a good girl. Chu Luoyue's tone was gentle and firm. Now that she had saved Dumpling, she would not let the previous incident happen again. She had cut off contact with Dumpling, and they could not sense each other. She had even seen her go through so much. Chu Luoyue's heart trembled slightly. She kissed Dumpling's forehead and said word by word, Don't worry. Don't worry, I'll help you and Zichen pay for all the suffering you've suffered. After comforting Dumpling, Chu Luoyue stood up and looked up. From the beginning to the end, your target was me, wasn't it? Although it was a question, her tone was very firm. This was the only reasonable answer that could explain everything that had happened before. Do I have something you want? She continued to ask. The other party did not answer her question. There was silence in the hall. Chu Luoyue swallowed the taste of blood in his mouth, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Then, a black shadow flashed in front of her, and the armillary shield appeared in her hand. Clang! The armillary shield heavily smashed onto the ground. A few cracks quickly spread out. You want this, right? Chu Luoyue patted the armillary shield with his hand. The black shield was immediately stained with several scarlet bloodstains. The corners of her lips curled up, but her eyes were filled with killing intent. If you want it, come and get it yourself if you have the ability. Chu Luoyue's voice fell, and the surroundings were silent for a long time. Finally, the eye looked at her mockingly. Even though it did not say a word, Chu Luoyue could clearly see its contempt and disdain. His gaze was high and mighty, and he seemed to find her words laughable. A venerable god and a high god. It seems that you two are very confident in yourselves. Chu Luoyue ignored the voice. Instead, she lifted her clothes and sat down cross-legged. If a high god could not do it, she would become a venerable god. She closed her eyes and placed her hands on her knees. In the next moment, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth suddenly began to wildly surge into her body. Everyone who was waiting outside the main hall suddenly noticed the abnormality. An energy vortex appeared in the air above the hall. Countless amounts of energy of heaven and earth were surging downward. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. Sun Yi, who was standing at the back of the crowd, suddenly frowned. This commotion was clearly caused by his master's cultivation. To devour so much energy at the same time, was she tired of living? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 21:31. Creak, the sound of a door opening came from behind them. Sun Yi and the rest turned around and realized that the stone door that had been closed since they entered had suddenly opened. Everyone in the courtyard was stunned. What? What's going on? The stone door is open. Can we leave now? I don't think so. I think there's something fishy about this. It's best not to act rashly. Everyone discussed among themselves. After a long while, no one chose to step forward. Every inch of this place was filled with danger. They had already suffered quite a bit previously and had witnessed the deaths of several people. Naturally, they did not dare to take the risk. It's safest to leave now. Chang Wanzhou looked at the stone door and suddenly muttered. Mao Zhen stood beside Chang Wanzhou and asked curiously, "What did you say just now?" Chang Wanzhou pursed his lips. "I said that it'll only be more dangerous if we continue to stay here. If we don't leave now, it'll be difficult to leave in the future." Mao Zhen was stunned. "How did you know?" Chang Wanzhou paused. "I guessed." Mao Zhen felt that it didn't seem like it. This young man had been silent the entire time. Why would he say something like that just because he had some guesses? Unless he was very sure of it. However, even they couldn't guarantee that this was the best time to leave. How did he know? Mao Zhen was about to ask again when Sun Yi spoke first. "I'll go take a look." With that, he walked straight towards the stone door. Everyone's gaze was focused on him. Curiosity, surprise, suspicion, Sun Yi turned a blind eye to this. He quickly arrived in front of the stone door and stepped out without hesitation. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, nothing happened, and Sun Yi walked out of the stone door safely. He waited for a moment, looked at the barrier outside, and then walked back. The barrier outside has been opened as well. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard that. The barrier has been opened as well? Shi Rui asked in shock. Sun Yi nodded and cupped his hands. "Second Miss Shi, this place is dangerous. You can't stay here for long. You should leave first." Shi Rui didn't expect Sun Yi to say that and was momentarily stunned. But you, and the others are still inside," Sun Yi said. "Master and His Highness have their own ways to deal with it. For now, please protect yourselves." Shi Rui hesitated. On one hand, she was worried about the two people who were still trapped in the hall. On the other hand, she was very clearly aware that Sun Yi's words weren't without reason. Actually, she had already vaguely sensed that something was wrong with these people being chased out at the same time. After all, under such circumstances, it would be even more dangerous to stay inside. Now that the stone door was open, both enchantments were open. It was indeed the best time to leave. If he continued to stay here, he might even cause more trouble for them. She thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. "Good. Let's go outside and wait. We will naturally advance and retreat together with Master," Sun Yi said calmly, not allowing anyone to object. Although Sun Yi's expression was as calm and indifferent as before, his eyes were extremely resolute. Mao Zhen said, "He's right. You guys can't stay here any longer. Leaving as soon as possible was the best choice. As for this place, we will definitely not let anything happen to that girl and Rongxiu." Shi Rui's mind suddenly calmed down a lot. Based on what Sun Yi said, Mao Zhen and Yi Zhao were planning to stay. If the two of them were to lend a hand, the situation should be much better. After all, everyone present might not be a match for the two of them even if they were to join forces. She responded and left with the few elders. After that, Sun Yi looked at Yao Bin. Without waiting for him to speak, Yao Bin said, "We heard what you wanted to say just now. We plan to do the same as the meteor sect and wait outside temporarily. We only hope that Master Yu and the Holy Sun will be successful." Sun Yi's lips moved slightly as he nodded lightly. Soon, under Yao Bin's lead, the people from Purple Light County also walked out of the stone door. Seeing that the people from Purple Light County and Meteor Sect had left safely, many people were tempted. Originally, everyone came here for the treasures. However, after coming here, they didn't find any treasures. Instead, they got themselves into trouble. Thinking back to the scene of the treasures exploding one after another in the main hall, they still felt a lingering fear. This place was extremely strange. If they stayed any longer, they might not be able to protect their lives. What was there to be reluctant to leave? Soon after, without Sun Yi saying anything, many people chose to leave. However, there were still some people who chose to stay for various reasons. Sun Yi ignored them. He persuaded Shi Rui and the others to leave because he didn't want to waste his master's goodwill. If something happened to them, then his master's efforts would all go to waste. As for the rest, What did their lives have to do with him? The snow-blowing god goblet is still inside. It must have fallen into the hands of the two of them. Nie Hongjie looked at the tightly shut door of the main hall and gnashed his teeth. His heart was filled with hatred. At first, he didn't realize what was going on. However, everything was clear now. That crimson gold heavenly phoenix chased them out, leaving only Chu Luyue and Rongxiu. Obviously, there was something fishy going on. Now, Sun Yi and the others were persuading everyone to leave. This was even stranger. They obviously wanted to take over everything here. From the beginning to the end, it was all a show directed by them. Father, what should we do now? Are we going to let them off so easily? Nie Ruyan's tone was filled with resentment. One of her hands was completely destroyed, and there were many injuries on her body. In the future, it would be very difficult for her to recover to her previous state, let alone continue cultivating. She pushed all the blame to Chu Luyue and Dumpling. Nie Hongjie took a deep breath and said, "Wait. If the two of them died inside, then it would be fine. However, if they successfully came out, he would definitely settle this score. Even if Mao Zhen and Yi Zhao were here, he didn't care. In any case, they would be the ones in the right. Mao Zhen and Yi Zhao wouldn't easily get involved in this matter with their statuses." He had to get an explanation. Sun Yi glanced indifferently at Nie Hongjie and the others. His eyes were calm. Some people had a death wish, and no one could stop them. He looked at Chang Wanzhou and raised his eyebrows. "You're not going out?" Chang Wanzhou was only a high god now. It was very dangerous for him to stay here. Chang Wanzhou shook his head. Sun Yi didn't say anything else. His gaze returned to the main hall. At the moment, the energy vortex above was still expanding. Even Her Eminence would find it hard to absorb so much energy at once, let alone Chu Luyue, a high deity. "I wonder how Master is doing now." Sun Yi frowned imperceptibly. Wonderful book room. Chapter 2132. Bang. The stone door closed. Sun Yi seemed to have expected this, and did not turn around. Chang Wanzhou felt a slight headache. This had happened several times recently, and each time, he felt as if something was about to burst out of his mind, but it would eventually return to normal. As expected, this time was the same. After a while, the pain disappeared, but his back was covered in cold sweat. The wind blew, and his sweat was cold. He shook his head and suppressed these thoughts, returning to his usual cold and taciturn self. Mao Zhen looked at him thoughtfully, then quickly withdrew her gaze. Everyone began to wait. But this wait lasted for a month. More importantly, during this time, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth was constantly surging toward the palace. Precisely because of this, the people who remained in the courtyard did not experience the same situation as they did at the beginning, where they absorbed too much energy and their bodies were unable to bear it. At first, they were shocked, but after thinking about it, Chu Luyue had the 2 Tian baby, so it was understandable that she could devour this energy. As for the people who came out of the barrier closed not long after they came out. They could not see what was going on inside from the outside, and could only vaguely see the palace and the energy vortex above it. Shi Ruier put his hands together and silently prayed, hoping that they could all return safely. In the center of the palace, Chu Luyue sat cross-legged. Her entire body was already enveloped by countless silver-red starlight. These starlight gathered like a flood and slowly flowed around her. At the edges, there were only black spatial cracks in the void. This was Chu Luyue's god domain. The energy that surged in from all directions silently fused into the god domain, and after being purified and refined, it flowed into her limbs and bones. This greatly increased the efficiency of her cultivation. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she did not move, but her aura was constantly growing stronger. In truth, it had been a long time since she became a high god. However, it wasn't easy for any cultivator to break through from high god to god. The huge gap between the two was not something that could be bridged simply by diligent cultivation. Some people could cultivate for their entire lives, but they could only stop at the threshold of becoming a god, unable to take that final step. Therefore, even if there were cultivators like Chu Luyue, who possessed boundless natural energy, there was no guarantee that they would be able to break through to godhood. However, Chu Luyue had to make a breakthrough this time. Fortunately, she had a Tianjing Yuan meridian. Furthermore, after establishing a life contract with Dumpling, her Yuan meridian's tolerance had become much stronger than before. Furthermore, within her dantian, there was a water droplet that could store an immeasurable amount of energy. With these two conditions, it was not impossible for Chu Luyue to forcefully break through to godhood in a short time. Rong Xiu stood not far in front of her, his back to her, his hands behind his back. He slowly opened his eyes. The two flames in his eyes had quietly dissipated, and they had returned to their initial calmness. The layer of ice beneath his feet had also melted. He looked up slightly at that eye, his gaze extremely cold. However, there was a mocking smile in that eye, as if a prank had succeeded. "I didn't think that you would be willing to come with her. What a pity. You were so close." The distant voice fell into his ears. Rong Xiu knew very well that this voice was meant for him. Chu Luyue, who was behind him, could not hear it. He said flatly, "You're just a broken body, but you've got guts." These words seemed to have poked at the other party's sore spot. Anger and killing intent instantly surged in that eye. "So what? Now, aren't all of you trapped here as well? You're under my control. Rong Xiu, you don't dare to do anything here." Rong Xiu's expression was still calm. So what? He knew where the boundary was. Even before, he still did not cross that line. He could not do anything, but she could. As long as she broke through to godhood, he closed his eyes and did not speak again. Red Moon Desert. Night fell, and a red full moon appeared in the night sky. It was another red moon night. A faint red color enveloped the desert as if it was covered with a layer of fog. In the depths of the desert, the night wind swept through, and ripples appeared on the originally calm lake. Then, the lake split in the middle, and a figure walked out. It was Dugu Mabao. He looked up at the sky, and then at the end of the desert. A palace that was flickering with light was faintly discernible. "It's not over there yet?" Diwu Zhangze and Lan Xiao came up together. When they saw this scene, they were stunned. Dugu Mabao retracted his gaze. "Time is of the essence. Let's begin." Lan Xiao coughed. "Let's make this clear first. My body can't take the torture now. You must be gentle later." A purplish gold scale armor flew out of Dugu Mabao's hand. The scale armor expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge Xian formation. He looked at Lan Xiao coldly. "Hurry up if you don't want to die." Lan Xiao pursed his lips, walked over, and lay in the middle of the Xian formation. Diwu Zhangze asked nervously. "Big Bao, is this really feasible?" Dugu Mabao said. "We have to try whether it works or not. Now that thing is busy dealing with you, and Rong Xiu. If we don't do it now, who knows when the next opportunity will come." With that, he waved his hand. In an instant, strong winds blew in the desert. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2133. The heaven and earth energy quickly flowed towards the Xian formation. Streaks of light gradually appeared and enveloped Lan Xiao. He unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. He had failed the previous time and almost got himself into big trouble. If he still couldn't succeed this time, he probably wouldn't be able to try again in the next 1,000 years. He teased Dugu Mabao just now to cover up the nervousness and uneasiness in his heart. Boom! In the sky, behind the dark and churning clouds, a silver heavenly lightning suddenly flashed. Then, there was a second, third. Not long later, the sky above Lan Xiao had turned into a sea of lightning. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Dugu Mabao glanced at Lan Xiao. Lan Xiao seemed to have sensed something. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Biyao, remember to give this young master a handsome, suave, and elegant face. Once the divine body is reconstructed, the face can't be changed. Diwu Zhangzi couldn't help but say, it's already good enough to have a face. Why are you thinking so much? Lan Xiao had failed once before. This time, even with Dugu Mabao's help, he might not be able to reconstruct the divine body successfully. He, on the other hand, was still thinking about that face. Lan Xiao pouted. People like you won't be able to understand the joy and sorrow of being a beauty, boom. Dugu Mabao waved his hand, and a silver snake-like Tianlei suddenly struck down. And it accurately struck Lan Xiao's face. In an instant, there were crackling sounds and sparks everywhere. Lan Xiao's remaining words were all stuck in his throat. Woo woo, woo. This was too sudden. He wasn't ready yet. Tianlei, which contained a shocking amount of power, transformed into countless tiny silver lights and gradually seeped into Lan Xiao's body, surging towards his limbs and bones. His body was now translucent, so one could clearly see the flow and distribution of the power in his body from the side. Finally, the power of Tianlei gradually dissipated. Without giving Lan Xiao any time to react, Dugu Mabao struck again. Boom boom boom. With the first Dao, the rest of the Dao became logical. Numerous bolts of lightning struck from the sky one after another, landing on Lan Xiao's body below. As time passed, his body became more and more solid, almost completely covered by the silver flowing light. From afar, it looked like a huge silver cocoon. The huge commotion in the sky quickly attracted the attention of Shi Rui'er and the others. What's going on there? Tianlei keeps falling. Could it be that someone is making a breakthrough or refining? In this Red Moon Desert, other than us, there shouldn't be anyone else, right? And with such a huge commotion, why does it feel so strange? That's right. Even if you want to break through to godhood, you don't need so much Tianlei, do you? This place is really strange. Forget it, let's not go there. It's better to be careful. Everything that happened in the desert was far beyond anyone's expectations. They had already suffered losses, so they were especially cautious now. After a while, the commotion in Tianlei gradually died down. The half of the sky that was lit up by the silver Tianlei gradually dimmed. Looks like it's over, Shi Rui'er mumbled softly. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in shock. No. What's that? Hearing her cry of surprise, everyone looked over again, and then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Golden Tianlei? In the dark sky far away, dark clouds rolled and the wind howled. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared and tore through the darkness. It really was a golden Tianlei. This level of Tianlei is rarely seen in the world. Why did it suddenly appear now? Everyone was shocked. Even for them, there were very few who had seen a golden Tianlei with their own eyes. Something big must have happened. Then, under everyone's nervous and shocked gazes, the golden Tianlei fell with a loud boom. The silver Tianlei gathers the flesh and blood, while the golden Tianlei gathers the bones. Diwu Zhangzi stood at the side, his heart in his throat. The process of reconstructing a divine body was extremely difficult and painful. For the current Lan Xiao, he didn't have a physical body. To reconstruct a divine body was even more complicated and difficult. To put it bluntly, from hair to toes, every inch of flesh and blood in the body had to be processed bit by bit. There was no room for mistakes. If it was to reconstruct a physical body, it would be much easier to borrow a skeleton. But Lan Xiao couldn't. There was no skeleton in the world that could withstand this pressure. It was the same for Dugu Mabao back then. Especially since they had just gone through a dangerous month. Whether it was Lan Xiao or Dugu Mabao, they weren't in good condition now. But this was indeed a rare opportunity. If they missed it, who knew how long they would have to wait? So even if the hope was slim, they had to do it. That golden Tianlei fell and directly pierced through Lan Xiao's body. His brows were tightly knitted, and his expression was painful and enduring. It was obvious that he was experiencing unimaginable pain. But he still clenched his teeth and refused to let out any weak cries of pain. The Xian formation under him flowed as if it was guiding and clearing the energy in his body. That golden Tianlei didn't shatter like the silver Tianlei before. Instead, it transformed into a stream of light and slowly but firmly extended toward Lan Zhao's left arm. It was as if it was tearing his flesh apart. Lan Zhao endured it. Then, that golden stream of light slowly condensed into the shape of two connected bones. Then, one of them split into 5 small streams of light and gradually formed 5 fingers. This was a completely reconstructed arm. Lan Zhao let out a long sigh and grinned. It's really King painful. When I successfully reconstruct my divine body, I'll settle all the old and new grudges together. He remembered each and every one of the accounts clearly. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Dugu Mabao's forehead, and his lips were slightly pale. Those silver Tianlei were fine, but this golden Tianlei was indeed troublesome. With his current realm and strength, forcefully summoning it would consume a lot of energy. But this was just the beginning. He waved his wrist. Boom! The second golden heavenly thunder came in response. There's more. Shi Rui and the rest didn't know what to say. A golden Tianlei was already very rare, but it appeared consecutively this time. If it's not a treasure appearing, but someone breaking through or refining a divine weapon, how powerful would that person be? Shi Rui muttered, and the shock that was spreading didn't fade away. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky above the palace. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2134. Everyone turned around and saw that there was also a natural phenomenon here. Endless heaven and earth energy was surging toward the palace at an even faster speed. Several silver Tianlei surged out from behind the clouds. What's going on? Someone's about to break through. They stood nearby. Although they were separated by the barrier, they could see that this was indeed a sign that someone was about to break through. There's only Shangguanyu and Rongxiu inside, and Rongxiu is already a god. Then, it was obvious who was preparing to break through. How is this possible? Shangguanyu isn't even 20 years old this year, and rumor has it that she broke through when Lingxiao College encountered a calamity. How long has it been since then? But if it's not her, it can't be Rongxiu, right? No one in the Divine Ruins world has broken through the threshold above a god in 10,000 years, right? It's probably Shangguanyu. Have you all forgotten how many trump cards she has? She might really be able to take this opportunity to break through and become a god. The people outside the barrier were discussing animatedly, while the people inside the barrier had fallen into a strange silence. They could see more clearly than the people outside, so when the Tianlei appeared, they were certain that it was indeed Chu Luiyue who had summoned it. She was really planning to break through in the palace. Sun Yi had one hand behind his back. His expression was calm, and only his slightly furrowed brows showed his nervousness and worry. He had never doubted his master's talent and strength, but this time, it was too sudden. Forcefully devouring so much energy to break through would increase the risk by a lot. He could only hope that everything would go smoothly for his master. While they were worried about Chu Luiyue, Nie Hongjie and the others were extremely upset by the scene before them. They had thought that Chu Luiyue and Rongxiu would be trapped inside and would have no way to seek help. But now, it seemed that was not the case at all. Chu Luiyue actually wanted to take this opportunity to break through to become a god. Compared to them, who had fled pathetically, the difference was like heaven and earth. This was simply trampling on their faces. It's extremely difficult to break through from a high god to a god. Shangguanyu is really crazy. Nie Hongjie gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Nie Ruyun pursed her lips. Due to her serious injuries, her face was pale and her breathing was weak. If Nie Hongjie had not given her medicine, she would not have been able to hold on. But even so, her vision still turned black. Suddenly, she staggered and almost fell. Nie Hongjie hurriedly helped her. Ruyun, Ruyun. Why don't you go over there and rest for a while? Nie Ruyan shook his head, his eyes glaring at the magnificent palace in front of him, full of resentment. No, I want to watch her fail with my own eyes. I want to see her suffer a crushing defeat. It would be best if he could die without a burial ground. Hearing this, Nie Hongjie patted her arm to comfort her. Don't worry. She just became a high god not long ago. There's no way she will succeed this time. Let's just wait and see. Rumor had it that she had defeated Yi Wentao with the help of 2 godly beasts and many other trump cards. If she fought alone, her combat power would be greatly reduced. Did he think that he could become a god just because he won that battle? She was too naive. Nie Hongjie was considered talented. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the sect leader of Celestial Sect. Even so, it took him 20 years to break through from a high god to a god. This Shangguan Yu thinks too highly of herself. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a golden Tianlei appeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Nie Ruyan frowned and asked. Father, I remember that when you became a god, you didn't summon a golden Tianlei. She was already in her teens when Nie Hongjie became a god. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. That was why she remembered it so clearly. Nie Hongjie's lips moved, but he did not know what to say. He was not the only one. No cultivator in the world would experience something like this when they became a god. Now, Chu Luiyue summoned a golden Tianlei. That was abnormal. The people waiting outside were speechless when they saw this. Shi Ruier looked from one side to the other. Her beautiful eyes slowly widened. At this moment, 2 seas of lightning appeared in the dark night sky. More importantly, golden Tianlei appeared on both sides. The 2 seas of lightning faced each other from afar, lighting up half the sky. Even though they were already outside the barrier, they could still clearly feel the astonishing pressure. He really didn't know what kind of person could withstand the descent of such a terrifying force. Chu Luiyue sat cross-legged in the Great Hall. The silver-red god domain around her had completely surrounded her. It was surging rapidly, endlessly devouring the power and pouring it into her body. The power came from everywhere, flowing along her limbs and bones, washing her Yuan meridian, flesh, and bones. Finally, it all flowed into her dantian. The water droplet shone brilliantly. It was like a bottomless pit, calmly taking in all the power. Then, it separated some of it and poured it all over Chu Luiyue. Intense pain came from all over her body. Her Yuan meridian glowed faintly with reddish gold light. Her body's endurance had already reached its limit. If she did not have the life contract with Dumpling, if her Yuan meridian did not have this last layer of protection, she would have exploded long ago. A streak of dark red blood flowed from the corner of her lips. The eye looked down at her from above as if it was looking at an ant. Of course, it was not easy to break through from a high god to a god. The most fundamental and crucial point was the Yuan meridian. If any cultivator wanted to cross that threshold, they had to have enough energy stored up, and they had to have a Yuan meridian that was strong enough. Generally speaking, a cultivator's Yuan meridian was destined from birth and could not be improved through cultivation. But a god was different. A high god had to cultivate continuously and use their divine power to temper their Yuan meridian countless times. Only when they reached a certain limit could they break through the shackles and improve their Yuan meridian, officially breaking through to a god. Chu Luiyue had enough power now, but she had only been a high god for a short period of time. Her Yuan meridian had not been fully tempered. How could she succeed? Now, she only had 2 choices: give up on the breakthrough immediately, or persevere until her Yuan meridian exploded. However, no matter which option she chose, she would end up with the same ending. Failure. Rong Xiu turned around and looked at her fixedly. He slowly clenched his fists, and there seemed to be waves in his eyes that were bottomless. At this moment, the sound of a zither came from Chu Luiyue's body. Wonderful book room. Chapter 2135. The sound of the zither came out of nowhere. It was bleak, desolate, and indescribably vast and brazen. Rong Xiu's eyes flashed. He slowly relaxed his clenched fists as a faint light flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked up at the eye above him. His lips curled up as if he was smiling. I have never really thought of making a move. But the energy you have here is excellent for you to use. Boundless anger and killing intent surged out of the eye. Rong Xiu. How dare you lie to me? He had done it on purpose from the beginning. He wanted to steal the energy of heaven and earth here for Chu Luyue. Rong Xiu's lips curved up into a perfect curve as he lightly laughed. I didn't want her to become a god so quickly, but since you delivered the opportunity to me, I had no choice but to accept it. Although the process would be arduous, the benefits of becoming a god outweighed the disadvantages for Chu Luyue. He was just taking advantage of the situation. You, before that voice could fade, another zither sound came from Chu Luyue's body. She closed her eyes, her thick and long eyelashes fluttering. If the first sound was like an ignorant child casually plucking the strings of a zither, then the second sound was clearly much more powerful than the first. Strength, technique, and melody. Then, several zither sounds rang out. She clearly did not have a zither in her hands, but the zither sounds formed a strange melody that spread far and wide. Along with the zither sounds, a yuan meridian in her body suddenly ruptured. Then, the reddish-gold light enveloped it again. Compared to before, her yuan meridian had clearly expanded and become much tougher. Chu Luyue forcefully tore her yuan meridian and used the endless origin power and zither sounds to temper it. She had just become a god and did not have enough time to temper her yuan meridian until it was tough enough. But since this was the only way to become a god, she would do it herself. Intense pain came from every part of her body. Chu Luyue's ears buzzed. Only the sound of the zither echoed. The sound of the guqin reverberated throughout the hall and then drifted out, filling the huge courtyard. Dong! The sound of the zither seemed to have materialized as it heavily hit the stone door, making a dull sound. Then, the stone door opened, and the sound of a zither overflowed. The sound of the zither was formless, but at this moment, everyone felt as if they could see its trajectory. Rumble. The golden tianlei in the sky finally came crashing down. At this moment, a figure broke out from the palace. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked over. It's Shangguan Yu. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. In the night sky, the woman stood in the air. Her red dress and black hair fluttered in the wind. She stood under the dazzling sea of lightning. The light shone on her face and body. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked up. The golden tianlei had already arrived above her head. The golden light was reflected in her ink-black eyes, and it was dazzling. Then, she raised her hand. The girl's hand was as slender and fair as a spring onion. It was soft and boneless, delicate and warm. When everyone saw this, they could not help but hold their breaths. What was she trying to do? Then, they saw Chu Luyue gently pluck the air with her finger. She seemed to be playing the zither, but there was nothing in front of her. No. In the next moment, everyone overturned that thought. That was because a golden light had suddenly appeared under her palm. It was the golden heavenly lightning that had silently arrived at her palm. With just a slight movement, the golden tianlei collapsed. Bam! The golden tianlei transformed into countless golden streams of light and instantly surged into her body. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2136. She used the golden tianlei as her string, and used the illusory energy of heaven and earth for her own use. Under the dark sky, the golden radiance spilled everywhere like a dream. Chu Luyue's yuan meridian shattered one after another. After absorbing the energy, it was quickly healed by the scarlet gold flames. The process was extremely painful, but it was also extremely fast and effective. Every inch of her muscles, bones, and flesh was undergoing a shocking transformation in an instant. Everyone was dead silent. The scene seemed to have frozen. Even the air seemed to have frozen at this moment. When they saw the golden Tianlei being summoned, they were curious about how Chu Luiyue would deal with it. However, the scene before them had far exceeded their expectations. She. What did she do just now? That golden Tianlei, shattered just like that? A murmur filled with shock came from the crowd. Everyone heard it clearly, but no one answered. This was because they did not know what the answer was. Ever since they knew that Chu Luiyue intended to break through to become a god, things had developed in a direction that they could not predict. They thought that the appearance of the golden Tianlei would forcefully stop her cultivation progress, but it was the complete opposite. The shocking power contained within seemed to have been converted into her origin power. Nie Hongjie's eyes widened. He looked up at the scene in the sky, and his mind went blank for a moment. Even though he had seen many things over the years, he was still stunned at this moment. Father. What's she doing? Nie Ruyan panicked. He looked at him in panic and disbelief. The uneasiness in his heart grew. Before Chu Luiyue came out, he could still comfort himself when he saw the terrifying energy vortex. He thought that Chu Luiyue must be trapped in the hall and experiencing extreme pain. It would not be long before she was done for. However, Chu Luiyue had come out now. Moreover, she had easily taken on the golden Tianlei. Nie Ruyan knew very well that if it were her, she wouldn't be able to retaliate against the golden Tianlei that contained boundless power. Even if she didn't die, she would be crippled. However, Chu Luiyue did not seem to have any abnormalities. In fact, her aura was still rising. That meant he was almost at the peak of the high god realm. He was only a step away from becoming an eminent god. Is she really going to break through to godhood? Father, she definitely can't do it, right? Nie Ruyan asked with the last bit of hope. However, Nie Hongjie didn't say anything. Of course, he wished that was the case, but the signs of Chu Luiyue breaking through were too clear. He couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. He had thought that she would fail because her Yuan meridian was unable to withstand the refinement of becoming a god, but who would have thought that she would be able to handle Tianlei so easily? Seeing his reaction, Nie Ruyan's heart gradually sank. Bang! A reddish gold flame suddenly surged out of Chu Luiyue's body and enveloped her. If one were to look carefully, they would be able to see the beautiful soft armor covering her skin under the flames. Many bright colors overlapped, and the light was dazzling. It was powerful and disdainful. Through the flames, everyone could vaguely see her face. Her expression was calm and indifferent. Her eyes were like glaciers that would not melt for 10,000 years, but also like the eternal moonlight. They were cold, aloof, and unapproachable. Tsini clasped his hands behind his back and looked up. His eyes, which had always been indifferent, flashed with a wisp of nostalgia and sigh, as well as deep reverence and admiration. Chang Wanzhou stared blankly at this scene, countless chaotic and blurry images flitting through his mind. You, he muttered unconsciously, as if he wanted to say something, but only managed to spit out half of what he wanted to say. You, what? That sense of familiarity grew stronger, and the guess that had been buried deep in his heart surged once more. It wasn't that he hadn't suspected that she was the person he was looking for. But whether it was age or anything else, it didn't match. Even she herself said that she had never been to southern border, and it was very obvious that he didn't exist in her memory. Chang Wanzhou vaguely felt that he had fallen into a fog and was unable to break free. For some reason, he looked at that stone door again. A thought suddenly appeared. He had left through this stone door before. On the other side of the Red Moon Desert, Lan Zhao's divine body was still being reconstructed. Dugu Mabao had already activated 4 golden Tianlei to help Lan Zhao reconstruct the bones in his limbs. He still needed 2 more before he could succeed. 1 to reconstruct his skull, and the other to congeal his spirit. Diwu Zhangze looked at Dugu Mabao worriedly. At this moment, his face was very pale. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. But the last 2 Tianlei were the most troublesome. He didn't know if Big Bao, can you still hold on? Diwu Zhangze asked worriedly. Dugu Mabao didn't say anything. He only mobilized the energy around him, clearly intending to continue. At this point, this was the only choice. If he stopped now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. It was fine for him, but Lan Xiao might not be able to endure such torture again. He looked at the sky in the distance. Is you going to break through to become a god? Diwu Zhangze nodded. Should be. She summoned the golden Tianlei just now, and it seems that she has withstood it. It's only a matter of time before she breaks through to become a god. It's just that, it's so sudden this time. She must have suffered a lot. Dugu Mabao pursed his lips, and a trace of guilt flashed past his eyes. In the end, I didn't think it through. He originally only wanted to open the door and let those people come over to help you, find Dumpling and Zichen. But the development of things had already deviated from his plan. That thing actually took this opportunity to forcefully devour everyone's energy. Not only did it strengthen itself, but it also forcefully opened Dumpling's meridians. After being suppressed in the Red Moon Desert for 10,000 years, he thought that thing would be more restrained. He didn't expect it to still be so domineering, forcing you, to break through to become a god. Diwu Zhangze shook his head and tried to persuade him. You had good intentions, but that thing was too crazy in the end, causing things to reach this stage. You don't have to blame yourself for this. If you didn't open the door and lure those people over, that thing probably wouldn't have summoned that palace. He paused as if he was afraid of something. Anyway, if you can take this opportunity to break through to become a god, it's also a good thing. Anyway, this day would come sooner or later. Dugu Mabao retracted his gaze and looked at Lan Xiao. At this moment, he was already wrapped in a silver and gold cocoon. His eyes were tightly shut, and his brows were furrowed. His consciousness was clear, but he couldn't open his mouth to speak. The pain of reconstructing his muscles and bones was enough to exhaust all his energy. Dugu Mabao waved his hand. A golden Tianlei appeared again. However, this time, the Tianlei didn't fall for a long time. Dugu Mabao's heart sank, and he looked up. That golden bolt of heavenly lightning quietly dissipated. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2137. With his remaining strength, he couldn't activate the Tianlei successfully. This thought quickly appeared in Dugu Mabao's mind, and he broke out in cold sweat. His lips turned pale, and his blood surged. His body shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Poof! Then, his body fell backward uncontrollably. Biyao! Startled, Diwu Zhangze hurriedly rushed forward to support him. How are you? Dugu Mabao shook his head, pushed his hand away, and planned to continue. However, before he could do anything, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Diwu Zhangze frowned and said anxiously, even if you force yourself, you won't be able to succeed like this. On the one hand, Dugu Mabao had forcefully reconstructed his divine body to save Chu Luiyue. In the end, he was trapped in this small divine body, and his strength was limited to a certain extent. On the other hand, the critical month had just passed, and his strength and mental energy were greatly depleted. It was even more difficult to reconstruct Lan Zhao's divine body. The Tianlei in front had almost emptied all of Dugu Mabao's energy. He had always been very strong and wanted to do his best no matter what he encountered. Now that the fifth golden Tianlei had collapsed, it was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer. I'm too useless after all. Diwu Zhangze was filled with hatred. If he could reconstruct his divine body, he would be able to help Dugu Mabao a lot. However, he could only watch. This time, it would probably end in failure again. Dugu Mabao's vision turned black, and blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. However, he was really unwilling to give up. At this moment, Lan Xiao, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his eyes. He tilted his head, looked over, and smiled. Looks like I'm really not that lucky. I've failed twice in a row. Biyao, let's forget it. The light flickered, and his face looked very blurry. However, it wasn't hard to imagine the curve of his lips when he heard this voice. As usual, he was relaxed, lazy, and casual. "We'll just wait a little longer." What was 1,000 or 800 years? This young master had already waited for over 10,000 years. A little more time wouldn't make a difference, right? But with your small body, if you were to be tormented and damaged, wouldn't this young master have to take full responsibility? If it was in the past, Dugu Mabao would not have given him a good look after hearing his ridicule. But now, he clenched his teeth and sank into silence. Something seemed to be surging in his purple eyes. Diwu Zhangze heaved a long sigh inwardly. Actually, even if Lan Shao didn't say it, he knew that Lan Shao had always been looking forward to reconstructing his divine body. He had been suppressed here like a lonely ghost for tens of thousands of years, countless long days and nights. How could he not care at all? All these years, Lan Shao had changed his face countless times and found pleasure in doing so. He seemed to be extremely narcissistic, but who dared to say that he didn't want to regain his divine body? He knew, and so did Dugu Mabao. Therefore, even though they knew that it would be difficult, they still chose to give it a try. Unfortunately, without the Tianlei surging over, the light on the cocoon gradually dimmed. Streaks of silver light seemed to have lost some kind of restraint and started to escape in all directions. Then, they quietly dissipated and transformed back into the energy of heaven and earth, merging into the wind. Lan Shao cursed softly. It hurts whether it succeeds or not. This young master is really unlucky. To him, this process was like an invisible knife cutting off his flesh bit by bit. It was no different from death by 1,000 cuts. He had endured the pain from before with much difficulty, but now he had to go through it again. Gradually, his voice became softer, and there was an unconcealable look of pain between his brows. Diwu Zhangze stood up and sent out a wave of energy, wanting to help Lan Shao relieve some of the pain. But it was just a drop in the bucket. More and more streaks of light scattered in all directions. When the silver Tianlei's flesh was completely stripped off, it was time to shatter his bones. Time passed slowly. Experiencing pain was always especially unbearable. After an unknown period of time, the last section of Chu Liuyue's Yuan meridian finally shattered. Then, it was wrapped by the reddish gold flame again and repaired. At this point, all of her Yuan meridians had been completely refined. Chu Liyue calmed down and gathered all the energy in her body, condensing it into a torrent that surged toward her dantian. Boom! The water droplet that was spinning in her dantian was affected by this energy and rippled violently. A totem gradually flashed into existence. Almost at the same time, the same totem appeared between Chu Liuyue's brows. Crack! A soft sound came from within her body. At this point, she had finally broken through that threshold and ascended to the realm of Supreme God. In an instant, Chu Liuyue's aura skyrocketed. Boundless and violent energy surged out in all directions. Due to the impact of this energy, the void around her started to collapse. She lowered her head slightly and looked at the palace below. There was a hole in the eaves of the palace. That was the mark she had left behind when she had flown into the air. At this moment, through the dark hole, she saw the eye hidden within. She raised her hand, and the reddish gold flame quickly transformed into a long sword. The next moment, she slashed down. Swoosh! The long sword flew down and pierced straight into that eye. A sharp and shrill cry was heard all of a sudden. Almost at the same time, Rong Xiu, who was also in the palace, stepped on the ground. The sky shuttle array that had been connected to that eye for a long time suddenly exploded. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2138. From this moment onward, the enormous palace began to crumble at a rapid pace. The boundless energy contained within exploded, tearing the void apart. Let's go. Mao Zhen and Yi Zhao reacted the fastest. They immediately moved and retreated outside. Fortunately, Chu Liyue had already knocked open the stone door, making it much easier for them to leave. Sun Yi looked at the collapsing palace and pursed his lips slightly. An extremely complicated look flashed through his eyes. However, this emotion was fleeting. He quickly retracted his gaze and turned to leave. When he turned back, he saw Chang Wanzhou standing there in a daze. His eyes were dazed as he stared blankly at the palace. He seemed to be thinking about something, but also seemed to be at a loss for what to do. "It's time to go," Sun Yi reminded him in a low voice. Chang Wanzhou suddenly came back to his senses. He glanced at Sun Yi and nodded before turning to leave. The speed and reaction of these few people were the fastest. When they started to move, the other people who were still in the courtyard also finally realized the danger. One by one, they followed and planned to leave. However, it was easy to come, but not so easy to leave. They had just taken a few steps when they suddenly realized that the space here had been swept up by that terrifying energy. It was wreaking havoc and squeezing, making it impossible to move. Blood seeped out of the corner of Nie Ruyun's mouth again. She was in excruciating pain all over her body. She was already injured, and now, it was one disaster after another. She fell to the ground before she could take 2 steps. Nie Hongjie hurriedly went to help her. "Ruyun. How are you?" Nie Ruyun opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but she spat out more blood. Nie Hongjie had no choice but to forcefully help her up and carry her forward. However, his own situation wasn't optimistic either. With Nie Ruyun here, it was one disaster after another. An invisible energy wave swept over, instantly sweeping away and crushing the few people who had fallen behind. In the blink of an eye, there was no sound. Nie Hongjie was even more alarmed. The heaven and earth energy here was already abundant to begin with. Now that it suddenly went berserk, its might was immeasurable. If he was in his best condition, he might have been able to escape. But now, both he and Nie Ruyun were injured. "Ah!" A few short and shrill shouts came from not far behind them. Nie Hongjie hurriedly turned around to take a look, and his pupils immediately shrank. The few people from the celestial sect who were in charge of bringing up the rear were all wiped out. Blood splattered all over the ground, but the person had already disappeared. "Father." Nie Ruyun was so scared that she began to cry and tremble all over. "Father, are we going to die here? Don't talk nonsense." Nie Hongjie clenched his teeth, waved down a barrier, and rushed forward at an even faster speed. No matter what, they absolutely could not leave their lives here. However, his barrier couldn't even withstand a single blow from the violent energy of heaven and earth. Almost in the next second, the barrier was instantly destroyed. Nie Hongjie's qi and blood surged. He couldn't go on like this. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Mao Zhen and Yi Zhao, who were not too far away. "Clan leader Mao Zhen. Clan leader Yi Zhao. I beg you to help. As long as the two of you are willing to help, the celestial sect will definitely reward you handsomely." Now, among the people who were still here, the 2 of them were the strongest. They were the only ones who had the ability to save their own lives and help others get out of danger. Hence, Nie Hongjie spoke without hesitation. Mao Zhen turned around to look at them, seemingly smiling. "I already gave you time to run just now. You didn't run and missed the opportunity. Who can you blame?" Nie Hongjie's face turned pale. Previously, Sun Yi had personally advised Shi Rui and the rest to leave and said that this place was extremely dangerous. But at that time, he thought that Sun Yi was just trying to send the rest away so that Rong Xiu and Chu Luiyue could take all the treasures here for themselves. Who knew that he was actually telling the truth? Now, apart from Sun Yi and the rest, almost all of the people who were still here were not on good terms with Chu Luiyue's side. After the palace collapsed, almost half of the people here had died in a short period of time. If Mao Zhen and the rest did not help, Nie Hongjie was sure that he would have died before he could run back to the stone door. I was confused just now. But this is a matter of life and death. Clan leaders," Mao Zhen snorted and stepped out of the stone door. Sun Yi and Chang Wanzhou followed closely behind. When Nie Hongjie saw the 2 of them, he was shocked. How could they be so fast? Sun Yi was one thing. He looked like a powerful one and was probably a god. But the young man with short blonde hair looked to be about 17 or 18 years old and was only a high god. How could he be so much faster than the others? His speed was not any slower than a high god's. But this thought only flashed through his mind quickly. He did not have time to think about it carefully. Just as he was filled with despair, he suddenly saw someone in front of him. He focused his eyes and was overjoyed. Clan leader Yi Zhao. Standing in front of him was Yi Zhao. He had been moving with Mao Zhen, but when they reached the stone door, he came back. Looking at Yi Zhao in front of him, Nie Hongjie was very excited. Clan leader Yi Zhao. Are you here to save us? I and Ruyun are really grateful. Rumor had it that clan leader Yi Zhao was arrogant and strict. He also hated interacting with humans. Nie Hongjie never expected that Yi Zhao would come to help at a time like this. Yi Zhao looked at him coldly. No. That cold word caused Nie Hongjie's smile to freeze on his face. What do you mean by that? Seeing Yi Zhao's expression, a sense of uneasiness gradually surged in his heart. Yi Zhao raised his gaze slightly and looked at the collapsing hall behind the two of them. He enunciated each word clearly. I'm here to send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. Before Nie Hongjie could say anything, he felt a strong force hit his chest. His body flew backward in an instant. And Nie Ruyun, who had lost his support, was also sent flying. In the blink of an eye, the two figures were swept away by the terrifying surging energy. A few streaks of blood fell, but they had completely disappeared. Even a high god would die without a burial place after entering that place. Of course, Yi Zhao had used all his strength when he attacked, so Nie Hongjie might have died at his hands. As for Nie Ruyun, needless to say, he was completely dead. After confirming that the two of them were completely dead, Yi Zhao withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Mao Zhen, who was standing outside the stone door, clicked his tongue when he saw this. It's been so many years, but this old man is still so vengeful. But Nie Hongjie and his daughter were courting death. Of all the people to provoke, why did they have to provoke Dumpling? He pursed his lips. That was Yi Zhao's precious darling. Yi Zhao was already distressed that Dumpling had been tortured like that, but Nie Hongjie dared to slander Dumpling in public. Were they tired of living? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2139. Nie Hongjie had been the celestial sect leader for so long, but he didn't even have a brain. Not to mention that Tuanzi didn't do those things. Even if she did, Yi Zhao wouldn't say anything. He might even help her find someone. He and Yi Zhao had known each other for many years. Although they didn't interact much, they knew each other quite well. With Yi Zhao's temperament, he didn't care about the life and death of these people. He only cared about Tuanzi's suffering. Everyone could tell from Tuanzi's appearance that she had suffered unimaginable torture. Yi Zhao had been suppressing his anger, but he had been suppressing it for a long time. Nie Hongjie and the others were just asking for trouble. As they spoke, Yi Zhao walked over. Mao Zhen tidied her clothes, raised her chin, and said with a serious expression, he said seriously, Rong Xiu is still inside. Yi Zhao didn't even turn his head as he walked forward. He's been waiting for this moment. Even if everyone else dies, he won't die. There was no one else to worry about other than Rong Xiu. As for Chu Luyue, he had just broken through to become a supreme god. Mao Zhen thought for a moment and smiled. That's true. Rong Xiu had hidden his strength well. Even he couldn't see through him. Worried about him? That was a little unnecessary. The few of them left. Because the palace had collapsed, the barrier outside had also collapsed. They didn't have to spend much effort to get out. At this time, Shi Rui and the others had already retreated a distance away, staying in a relatively safe position. Seeing the palace collapse and the energy wreaking havoc, Shi Rui and the others couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, they had listened to Tsinyi's advice and came out. Otherwise, they would have been trapped inside with no way to escape. "Look, there's something wrong with the palace," someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Shi Rui and the others immediately looked over. With one look, they immediately understood what that person meant. Because after the grand and ancient palace collapsed inch by inch, although it caused a huge commotion, it was very different from the collapse of a normal building. There was no smoke or dust, nor was there any flying rocks. Only a crazy amount of energy surged forth like waves. "This palace is fake?" Shi Rui murmured in shock. "No, I should say that this is an illusion," Mao Zhen corrected. He only realized this after coming out of the cave. This illusion was so realistic that they didn't notice it at all when they were inside. "I see." Everyone immediately understood. This also explained why they had all transformed into balls of black mist after obtaining those so-called treasures. That was because everything was fake from the very beginning. Just now, when you made her move, that mournful scream came from the palace hall. Did you all hear it? Shi Rui asked in a low voice. The few elders of the meteor sect looked at each other and nodded their heads. That voice was short and mournful. Just listening to it made people shudder. They really didn't know what that was. Shi Rui pursed her lips and suddenly remembered something that Chu Luiyue had said before. Dumpling and Zi Chen's inexplicable disappearance. Perhaps it was related to the owner of that voice just now? The sudden appearance of this palace hall in the sky, as well as the many things that targeted Chu Luiyue, could be explained. Shi Rui clenched her fists tightly. To be able to use such a method, it was obviously not an ordinary person. Those present were all people with status and strength in the divine ruins world. However, even they were being wantonly abused in this place, and were unable to resist at all. When had such a terrifying existence appeared in this world? Furthermore, Chu Luiyue seemed to be the one being targeted. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a tall and slender figure flew out from the palace that had collapsed into ruins. His white clothes fluttered and his aura was astonishing. It was Rong Xiu. Unlike the miserable appearance that everyone had expected, he rushed out from the center of the energy explosion without any signs of injury on his body. Furthermore, his clothes were still clean and tidy. One couldn't tell that he had been in an intense battle. Many people looked at each other with complicated expressions. A few years ago, Rong Xiu was famous for killing people in the divine ruins world, causing many aristocratic families and sects to be extremely afraid of him. However, in the past 2 years, he rarely came out. The number of times that he openly fought could be counted on one hand. Some people's thoughts gradually became active again. Nie Hongjie and Nie Ruyun were the best examples. Not only did they ridicule Chu Luiyue in front of Rong Xiu, they even slandered Dumpling in front of Yi Zhao. It could only be said that people wouldn't die if they didn't court death. They thought that they could look down on others because they had the snow-blowing god cup and were from a first-rate aristocratic family. But in the end, they still paid a painful price. Rong Xiu looked down. The huge palace hall was rapidly collapsing, transforming into streams of light and gradually dissipating between heaven and earth. That eye had already been shattered by Chu Luiyue's sword and disappeared without a trace. Rong Xiu raised his hand. A huge golden Xian formation appeared above the palace hall, slowly but firmly pressing down. Chu Luiyue's mind moved, and 2 streams of light flew out. One was the armillary sky shield, the other was the snow-blowing god cup. She put away the snow-blowing goblet, and then looked at the armillary shield. The luster on top of it gradually dimmed. Everything below had already disappeared under the suppression of Rong Xiu's sky shuttle formation. The sky shuttle formation slowly sank, and the chaos also disappeared. In the end, everything disappeared under the desert. A faint crimson color enveloped everything, as if nothing had happened. Chu Luiyue's heart calmed down. She was very clear that this eye and the hand at the foot of Lingxiao College's mountain of wine came from the same source. They weren't really destroyed. They were only temporarily hidden. The sky shuttle formation could only suppress it. Who knew when something like this would happen again in the future? The only solution was to find the owner of this eye. Whoosh, Chu Luiyue looked back. In the distant sky, the dazzling sea of lightning was actually gradually dimming. And the sound of energy surging into her ears just now was coming from there. Without the Tianlei, the energy of heaven and earth over there lost its summoning and dispersed. She frowned slightly. After breaking through to become a god, she could clearly sense everything that was happening in a further area. In the entire Red Moon Desert, only Dugu Mabao and the other two could trigger the golden Tianlei. Was this helping Lan Shao reconstruct his divine body? She narrowed her eyes slightly, then raised her hand. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the sky. The clouds that were about to disperse gathered again. Very quickly, a golden Tianlei appeared from within, and then it slashed down at Chu Luiyue at an extremely fast speed. She leaped into the air, grabbed the golden lightning bolt in her hand, and threw it out abruptly. In the dark sky, a golden ray of light broke through the clouds. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2140. Everyone was stunned by Chu Luiyue's sudden move. What is she doing? Not only did she summon another golden Tianlei, but she also threw it out. When that dazzling golden light streaked across the sky, everyone's gaze followed it. That golden Tianlei tore through the night sky and entered the deepest part of the Red Moon Desert. Almost everyone was stunned. Didn't Chu Luiyue successfully break through and become a god? Why is she summoning golden Tianlei again? Moreover, she had actually succeeded so easily. Ordinary people might not be able to summon golden Tianlei even once in their lifetime, but Chu Luiyue did it so easily. She just had to raise her hand, and that golden Tianlei would immediately respond to her summons. Also, where did she send the Tianlei to? Chi. Space was torn apart, and the sharp sound of wind was heard. It almost shook their eardrums. Diwu Zhangze looked up and instantly stood up in shock. What is that? Dugu Mabao was originally on the verge of exhaustion, but when he heard this sound, he immediately looked up. An extremely dazzling golden heavenly thunder was flying towards them at a high speed. He immediately realized something. Diwu Zhangze turned around in surprise. Biyao. This is the Tianlei that you sent over. Dugu Mabao's expression was still indifferent, but his originally dim purple eyes lit up again. Lan Shao is saved. The only thing they lacked was Tianlei. As long as this golden Tianlei arrived, they would definitely be able to continue. Dugu Mabao propped himself up and sat cross-legged with his hands crossed in front of him. He didn't have much energy left in his body, but he was still able to guide this Tianlei into Lan Zhao's body. A purple light flew out, and the Xian formation under Lan Shao shone again. However, Lan Shao was the one who reacted the slowest. Originally, he was experiencing the torturous pain of death by 1,000 cuts when he suddenly heard Diwu Zhangze's excited voice. He forced himself out of the unbearable pain and looked up at the sky. In the dark night, a golden Tianlei arrived in an instant. His eyes widened slightly. Holy sh*T, that works too. When he first heard Diwu Zhangze's words, he thought he was hallucinating. Who knew that when he opened his eyes, Tianlei would be right in front of him? Most importantly, this was sent by you, No, this thing can be given as a gift. Countless guesses surfaced in Lan Zhao's mind. Even though he had lived for tens of thousands of years, he was still stunned by this situation. Diwu Zhangze saw that he was still in a daze and hurriedly shouted, Lan Shao. Why are you still standing there like a fool? This is a rare opportunity. Hurry up and grab it. Not only did the reconstruction of the divine body require external assistance, but it also required Lan Zhao's own efforts. Lan Shao regained his senses and stuttered for once. I got it. Seeing that Tianlei was about to arrive, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but say, let me say this first. If I don't succeed this time, I'll really be crippled. He couldn't withstand the torture of being skinned 3 times. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden Tianlei came crashing down rapidly. Dugu Mabao stared intently and guided the power of the golden lightning to condense on his skull. The outline gradually appeared. Diwu Zhangze was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a while, this step was finally completed. Under the golden light, a young face could be vaguely seen. Lan Shao raised his hand, intending to touch his face. Dugu Mabao suddenly said, "It's not over yet. It's useless to touch it now. I've suffered so much. Can't you let me be happy first?" Lan Shao complained, but he still obediently put his hand back. Of course, he knew that there was still one last step, the spirit congealing pill. And this was also the most difficult step. Although he didn't say it out loud, he was actually very nervous. The closer he was to success, the more anxious he felt. Yu had just broken through to become a supreme god. It was already very difficult for her to trigger a golden Tianlei. He didn't know if she could do it again in the future. "It's here." Diwu Zhangze was the first to hear the sound and immediately looked up. Another golden bolt of lightning tore through the sky and arrived. In the dark night sky, there was only a red moon hanging in the sky. However, that golden light seemed to be much brighter than the moon. The golden Tianlei flew across half of the red moon desert and rapidly arrived in the illusory fog of the night sky. Lan Shao swallowed the rest of his words and stared at the sky without blinking. That golden Tianlei was coming straight for him. Dugu Mabao slapped down with one hand. Buzz! The Xian formation shone brightly. Boom! The Tianlei accurately hit Lan Zhao's lower abdomen. His body trembled, but he didn't groan in pain. Almost at the same time, the purple light above the Xian formation surged up and enveloped Lan Zhao completely in the blink of an eye. That Tianlei gradually condensed into a walnut-sized golden light ball in his lower abdomen. Spirit pill, success. In a split second, the light on Lan Zhao's body gradually faded. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones gradually appeared. When the last ray of light disappeared, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a shocking aura burst out from his body. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2141. Every inch of his blood, flesh, and meridians started to materialize. Lan Shao propped himself up and slowly brushed his face with one hand. Brow bone, nose, chin, his skin was real, and it was still warm. It was a touch that he hadn't felt for tens of thousands of years. Everything was too real, and it made him feel like he was in a dream. He heard his own heartbeat. It was strong and rhythmic. He touched his chest. It was a sound that he had never heard before, even in his nightmares. It actually worked. He muttered softly, still immersed in an indescribable shock. He had fantasized too many times and waited for too long. When the day really came, he didn't know what to do. Big Bao. Diwu Zhangze's exclamation finally woke Lan Shao up. He immediately looked up and saw Dugu Mabao's body sway as he spat out blood again. Lan Shao was shocked and immediately got up. Diwu Zhangze had already supported Dugu Mabao. Big Bao, how are you? Lan Zhao's face didn't have the usual teasing expression as he asked with a frown. He knew very well that Dugu Mabao had reached his limit after summoning 4 golden Tianlei. Although the last 2 were sent by Chu Luyue, it took a lot of energy to merge them into Lan Zhao's body. Now that it was over, he relaxed and finally couldn't hold on any longer. Dugu Mabao shook his head. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. He paused and looked into the distance. Luckily, everything went smoothly. That thing was suppressed by you, and didn't have the energy to care about us. Lan Shao saw that although his face was pale, his breathing was still stable, so he was relieved. Hearing him mention this, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to her this time. If she hadn't sent 2 golden Tianlei at the last moment, he would have been in deep trouble. Diwu Zhangze also nodded in agreement. He couldn't hide his pride and joy. That's right. Who would have thought that she would choose to break through and become a god? Originally, they all thought that it would take a long time for her to reach this stage. Dugu Mabao fixed his gaze on the other side and said, "Let's go back." What? Lan Xiao was shocked. Aren't you going to wait for you, to come over and meet her? Dugu Mabao did not hesitate. If you want to meet him, there will be opportunities. There's no need to rush. This time, you were able to successfully reconstruct your divine body by taking advantage of Qi Yu and Yu's help. But that didn't mean that it wouldn't be noticed. Lan Zhao's expression turned serious. I almost forgot about this. He paused and ground his teeth. I was thinking that I would be able to officially meet the last this time. He touched his face regretfully. At least Biyao had a conscience and didn't ruin his face. Originally, he had hoped to use his peerless beauty to amaze you, Diwu Zhangze seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes and reminded politely, stop dreaming. She already has Rongxiu. Why would she care about your looks? Diwu. Lan Xiao was instantly enraged. Seeing that you've suffered a lot today, I'm already being very polite. Diwu Zhangze raised his chin. If you're not convinced, I have a mirror here. Lan Xiao glared and squeezed out a sentence after a long time. You win. Let's go. Not long after Chu Luiyue sent out the two golden Tianlei, she sensed the shocking movement over there. Vaguely, a ball of bright light was looming. Her hanging heart finally calmed down. Looks like it's a success. She let out a long breath. Rongxiu moved and came to her side. You, Chu Luiyue turned to look at him and saw that his eyes were deep and filled with heartache and gentleness. His lips curled up. Is this considered a blessing in disguise? Rongxiu's gaze silently swept past her brows. At this moment, that totem had already quietly dissipated. When she broke through to become a supreme god, the light was too bright, so no one should have noticed this. It's just that Dumpling and Zichen's injuries are quite serious. I reckon they'll need to recuperate for a while. Speaking of this, Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. Zichen's injuries were mostly external, and a few bones were broken. Even now, thinking about it still made her heart tremble slightly. No matter what, the legendary three-eyed eagle had a rather high status and was quite powerful among the divine beasts. Moreover, Zichen had the wing bone of a great phoenix dragon in his body and half of Mao Zhen's bloodline power. He was definitely not something an ordinary divine beast could compare to. However, even he was injured to such an extent. It wasn't hard to imagine what he had gone through previously. Besides, she was also very worried about Dumpling. Putting aside the injuries on her body, Dumpling's most crucial problem was that she had forcefully opened her sixth meridian. Even though this had increased her strength, the disadvantages still outweighed the advantages. She didn't know why the other party had done this to Dumpling. Chu Luiyue was perplexed. Dumpling was her contracted divine beast. If the other party wanted to torture Dumpling or kill her, there were many ways to do so. Why did they have to do this? Unfortunately, she didn't have the chance to ask this question now. And even if she did ask, the other party definitely wouldn't tell her. Rongxiu gazed deeply at her. After a long while, he sighed softly. Don't forget, there's still yourself. She had only been thinking about Dumpling and Zichen, but had neglected the fact that she had just forcefully broken through to become a supreme god. Now, everyone should be looking at her with envy. However, how many people could bear the pain of forcefully tearing their yuan meridians and breaking through to become a supreme god? It was also for this reason that he rarely talked to her about breaking through to become a supreme god. He had thought that when the time was right, she would just let nature take its course. However, reality often didn't go as she wished. Chu Luiyue blinked. She placed her hand in his palm and gently hooked his fingers with her fingertips. I know. Her voice was soft, and her eyes were like stars. There was a rare hint of coquettishness in her voice. She knew Rong Xiu too well. Although he looked the same as before on the surface, she could clearly hear his emotions from his words just now. I had no choice this time. Rong Xiu's heart skipped a beat. He held her hand tightly and said in a low voice, "Stop fooling around." Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes and smiled. From a certain perspective, her man was quite easy to coax. Rong Xiu paused and asked, "Aren't you going to take a look over there?" Chu Luiyue thought for a moment and shook her head. Perhaps now wasn't the best time. She seemed to have some sort of tacit understanding with them on this point. She glanced at the sky. At this moment, there was already a hint of white on the horizon. It was almost dawn. "We should go back," Chu Luiyue said. Hearing that Chu Luiyue wanted to go back directly, the others present were a little surprised. However, when they thought about it carefully, the illusory palace had already collapsed. It seemed that there was no need to stay. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2142. Everyone had come for the secret technique that could allow them to break through the shackles of the Supreme God. However, most of them died or were injured. It was already a miracle that they were able to return safely. Yao Bin stepped forward and bowed solemnly to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Yuan Sun Saint, for your help this time. If it weren't for you, the people of Purple Light County would not have been able to escape. If you have any requests in the future, Yao Bin and the people of Purple Light County will go through fire and water without hesitation," Rong Xiu said. "It was all thanks to you's help this time. I won't accept Princess Yao's kindness." Yao Bin immediately understood. Rong Xiu wanted to put all the credit and favors on Chu Luiyue. Actually, he was not wrong. The 2 Tian baby belonged to Chu Luiyue. It was also Chu Luiyue's people who helped them escape in time. Chu Luiyue smiled. "Princess Yao, you're too kind. I'm a person who likes to make friends. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. It's best if we can help each other. Actually, this was just a small matter. Princess Yao, you don't have to take it to heart. Master Yu is very talented. Now, you become a supreme god at such a young age. It's really admirable. This may be a small matter to you, but to us, it's a big deal. No matter how grateful we are, it's not enough," Yao Bin said sincerely. Previously, he had stood up for you, in Fang Province City. However, this time, you helped them without hesitation. He really owed you a big favor. Shi Rui stepped forward and nodded in agreement. "Yes, you, If it weren't for you, we would have been in danger." She didn't care what others thought. Anyway, she was very grateful to Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue smiled. "It's not worth mentioning. Now that everything has been settled, we're going to go back. Everyone, please go ahead." After that, she and Rong Xiu were about to leave. However, at this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from her body. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. With a flip of her palm, the 2 Tian baby appeared in her palm. At this moment, a black line suddenly appeared on the emerald green shoot. Almost at the same time, Shi Rui, who was standing beside Chu Luiyue, suddenly widened her eyes. "You, this 2 Tian baby, seems to be devouring my strength?" Soon, Yao Bin's expression changed. This was because he had also noticed that the force in his body was continuously spreading toward the 2 Tian baby. They weren't the only ones. Everyone around them had the same feeling. "What's going on? My strength seems to be fading as well. And me. This is definitely the heaven-wrecking holy seed. What the hell is going on?" Several voices rang out one after another. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Chu Luiyue. Astonishment, suspicion, and confusion. Chu Luiyue looked around and suddenly understood something. The people who had previously smeared their blood on the 2 Tian baby and established a connection with it had all fallen into this strange state. However, the key point was that she hadn't controlled the two Tian baby to do such a thing. Moreover, she had only noticed that the two Tian baby's strength was constantly increasing. However, that strength hadn't entered her body at all. However, the crowd didn't know this. They only knew that Chu Luiyue was the owner of the two Tian baby. Now that the two Tian baby had a problem, it would be difficult for her to clear her suspicion. Especially when they had connected themselves with the two Tian baby in front of the palace for their own safety. This had allowed the two Tian baby to devour the strength in their bodies at any time and place. Previously, the two Tian baby had only devoured the excess energy of heaven and earth. However, its target had now become the original force in their bodies. Some people recalled what Nie Hongjie had said. Now that they thought about it, could his suspicion of Chu Luiyue really become a reality? I don't know what's going on either. Chu Luiyue quickly reacted. She frowned slightly and denied the crowd's guess. However, this sentence was a little weak. Because the two Tian baby was hers. The crowd fell into silence, and the space seemed to have frozen. Everyone looked at Chu Luiyue with complicated expressions. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Luiyue had just become a supreme god and had no reason to do this, they would have already surrounded her and interrogated her. Give it to me. Rong Xiu suddenly said. Chu Luiyue looked up and handed over the two Tian baby. Rong Xiu held the two Tian baby in his hand. His gaze was slightly focused, and his eyes were deep. Do you see anything? Chu Luiyue asked. Everyone turned to look at him. Obviously, they were also waiting for Rong Xiu's answer. Rong Xiu didn't say anything. His eyes were still fixed on the two Tian baby. In just a short while, it had already devoured a lot of energy. As time passed, the black line on the stem and leaves continued to spread. Qi! A golden flame suddenly gushed out of his fingertip. The blazing heat caused the two Tian baby's leaves to curl up slightly. The black line also began to shrink toward the roots. Chu Luiyue stared intently and held her breath. As the flame burned, a faint charred smell spread. There was also a faint smell of blood. Chu Luiyue's brows furrowed even tighter. The two Tian baby was not an ordinary thing. It could borrow the power of heaven and earth to grow. Moreover, it was pure yang and had an extremely vigorous vitality. It was absolutely impossible for Rong Xiu's flame to burn it. Then this smell must have come from that strange black line. Get out here! Rong Xiu suddenly shouted. The golden flame suddenly exploded. In the crowd, someone's chest suddenly trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rong Xiu looked up and flicked his wrist. A golden line flew out and instantly wrapped around the person and dragged him over. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His appearance was ordinary, and his body was a little plump. No one would notice him in a crowd. The only thing worth noting was that he was a venerable god expert. Lin Jiang? A few people suddenly became nervous. Chu Luiyue glanced at him. Someone from the Mahayana sect? Although she did not know this Lin Jiang, she remembered that he was an elder of the Mahayana sect. The few people who were nervous were also from the Mahayana sect. Looking at them, it seemed that they did not know what was going on. He's not Lin Jiang. Rong Xiu said coldly. With a flick of his fingertip, the golden line instantly cut off half of Lin Jiang's face. They were both venerable gods, but Lin Jiang could not fight back at all in front of Rong Xiu. After this half of his face was cut off, everyone was shocked to find that he was wearing a mask. After the mask was removed by Rong Xiu, half of his face was destroyed. However, the remaining half of his face was very unfamiliar to everyone. He's really not Lin Jiang. Seeing that his identity was exposed, a ruthless look flashed in the man's eyes. A violent aura suddenly spread from his body. Chu Luiyue's eyes sharpened. He stole the two Tian baby's power. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2143. The 2 Tian baby was Chu Liuyue's. Ever since she took it out to help everyone disperse the heaven and earth energy that was forcibly entering their bodies, the 2 Tian baby had established a subtle connection with these people. From a certain point of view, it was as if there were invisible threads connecting them together. This person was also one of them. It was unknown what method he used to steal the 2 Tian baby's devouring power and control it to continue devouring the origin force in everyone's bodies. In other words, it was equivalent to cutting off the connection between Chu Luyue and the 2 Tian baby's power. Therefore, when Shi Rui and the others discovered that something was wrong, Chu Luyue's side didn't have the slightest reaction. Chu Luyue's mind raced. The truth wasn't difficult to guess, but the key was, how did he do it? Seeing that the man suddenly tore through space to escape, Rongxiu suddenly raised his hand, and a golden light flashed out, forcibly sealing the space crack in an instant. A tyrannical force swept towards the man, forming a cage in the blink of an eye, trapping him inside. A trace of panic appeared on the man's face. He had long heard of Rongxiu's methods. If he really fell into his hands, he was afraid that he would suffer a fate worse than death. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and then he began to devour the 2 Tian baby's power even more crazily. Rongxiu lowered his eyes, and the black line on the 2 Tian baby actually spread out again. It was even faster than before. The attack just now could have completely finished it off, but the 2 Tian baby had an extremely vigorous vitality. This man had implanted his own power into it, and with the help of the 2 Tian baby, he was able to dodge Rongxiu's attack. If Rongxiu wanted to completely destroy it, the 2 Tian baby would also suffer a calamity. He's still stealing our power. Shi Rui anxiously shouted. The others' expressions weren't good either. Chu Luyue looked at the 2 Tian baby in Rongxiu's hand. The black lines had already spread to the veins of the tender leaves. Haha. Shangguanyu, this 2 Tian baby is already under my control. If you want to keep it, you'd better let me go immediately. Otherwise, these people here will definitely die before me. The man knew that the matter had been exposed, and any further concealment and deception would be useless, so he decided to speak frankly. Half of his face had been sliced off, and his flesh was badly mangled, making him look even more sinister and terrifying. Chu Luyue placed his hand on Rongxiu's wrist, so he calmed down first. Then, he turned around and looked coldly at the man. You do have some skills. This move of his had deceived even her. It was indeed impressive. Who sent you? She asked coldly. The man thought that she was going to compromise. He didn't expect her to suddenly ask such a question. His heart skipped a beat. What nonsense are you talking about? No one sent me. Chu Luyue smiled faintly, but there was no smile in his eyes. So, it's also a coincidence that you pretended to be Lin Jiang and followed the people from the Mahayana sect to the Red Moon Desert? The people from the Mahayana sect immediately said, Master Yu, we immediately rushed over when we sensed that a new gate realm had opened. This person couldn't have pretended to be Lin Jiang at the last minute. He must have replaced him long ago. Why would a person pretend to be someone else all of a sudden? He obviously had a plan. Later, he followed the people from the Mahayana sect here and even attacked the 2 Tian baby. No one would believe that it was a coincidence. After being exposed, the man's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. However, he still attacked Chu Luyue. Shangguanyu. Don't say so many useless things. I'll count to 3 and you'll let me go immediately. Otherwise, I'll make these people die with me first. When the time comes, their deaths will all be on your head. Don't forget who took out the 2 Tian baby and put their lives on the line. He shouted hysterically as if he had gone mad. It was as if he wanted to drag everyone down with him. Anyone who was forced to a dead end was capable of doing anything. Everyone fell silent and looked at Chu Luyue. Rationally, they knew that this matter couldn't be blamed on Chu Luyue. In the beginning, she took out the 2 Tian baby to help them. Moreover, she had successfully become a supreme god without the help of anyone else. Naturally, there was no need for her to do anything to them. However, on the other hand, she was the owner of the 2 Tian baby. If something like this happened, she couldn't get away with it. Chu Luiyue looked at him. If that's the case, then you're really confident in yourself. 1. That man ignored Chu Luiyue's words and started counting on his own. 2. Chu Luiyue crossed her arms. Her expression was calm and indifferent, and there was a hint of sarcasm in the corner of her eyes. Her reaction only made the man even angrier. Shangguanyu, are you really not afraid? Chu Luiyue raised her chin. Why aren't you counting? Keep counting, I'm listening. The man was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Chu Luiyue to be so arrogant. Did she really not care about the lives of these people? Even if she was the owner of you, even if she had Rong Xiao and the others behind her, she definitely couldn't bear the death of so many people. One had to know that these people were all of high status. It was fine if 1 or 2 of them died, but if too many of them died. When the time came for everyone to crusade against her, how could she stay out of it? The man stared at Chu Luiyue, trying to find some clues from her face. However, Chu Luiyue only had a faint smile on her face. Other than that, he couldn't see anything. The man hesitated for a moment, then finally shouted. 3. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly closed his eyes, intending to self-destruct. The surrounding people also tensed up and held their breaths. However, after waiting for a while, nothing happened. The man opened his eyes in surprise, only to find that everything didn't go as he expected. What's going on? He had clearly made sufficient preparations before this. Once he took action, none of the people present would be able to escape. At this moment, he was shocked to find that the power of the 2 Tian baby suddenly stopped surging towards him. This was even more wrong. He had attacked the heaven-wrecking holy seed when everyone came in contact with it. At this time, his power was deeply buried in the heaven-wrecking holy seed. If something happened to him, the heaven-wrecking holy seed would definitely suffer. How, didn't you want to drag everyone down with you? Chu Luiyue crossed her arms and looked at him lazily. Why did you stop? You! The man was enraged. Just as he was about to continue, a look of deep shock flashed across his face. Chu Luiyue raised her hand. An identical 2 Tian baby was swaying in the wind. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I don't only have 1 2 Tian baby. I have a pair of twins. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2144. Everyone was stunned on the spot. A 2 Tian baby was extremely rare. It was already very rare to have one. No one would have thought that Chu Luiyue actually had a pair. Looking at the 2 identical 2 Tian babies in Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu's hands, everyone was shocked speechless for a moment. The man's face instantly turned pale. He only controlled 1 2 Tian baby. He originally thought that he could successfully complete his goal by taking control of it from Chu Luiyue. Who would have thought that Chu Luiyue had such a trick up her sleeve? The man hurriedly tried again. Only then did he realize that not only was he unable to continue using the heaven-wrecking holy seed to devour energy, but the origin power in his body began to flow uncontrollably towards another undamaged heaven-wrecking holy seed. The power in his body began to flow away at an alarming rate. This time, he finally panicked. At this moment, he finally realized that no matter what method he used to forcibly control the 2 Tian baby, it was obviously impossible to defeat its twin. Chu Luiyue looked down at the 2 Tian baby in her hand. In fact, she had never deliberately hidden the fact that she had 2 Tian babies. But every time she encountered a situation, she would take out one and that would be enough. These 2 were twins, and they were closely connected to each other. The power could be transferred back and forth between the 2 at will. So she didn't care about this, and just took out one at a time. She didn't expect that this time, she would accidentally solve a problem that was neither too big nor too small. Chu Luiyue gently shook the 2 Tian baby in her hand. Whoosh! The power that was taken back from the man poured into it, and then with the swaying of the buds, it returned to everyone's bodies. This process was extremely fierce and domineering. The man didn't even have time to dodge before half of the power in his body was taken away. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of panic. The arrogance from before had completely disappeared at this time. He crazily urged the remaining power, desperately hitting the cage around him. However, if Rong Xiu could suppress and seal that eye, how could he? In this way, the energy in his body was being depleted even faster. Rong Xiu's eyes flickered, and golden flames burned on his fingertips. Puff! A bloody wound also appeared on the man's body. The golden cage gradually tightened and began to compress the space around it. The man gradually gave up struggling. Intense pain came from all over his body, making him wish he was dead. Chu Luiyue looked at Shi Rui. Are you okay now? She was asking about the power that had been stolen from them. Shi Rui immediately nodded. It's all done. There seemed to be a little more. Chu Luiyue chuckled. Although this Lin Zhang's identity is fake, this god's strength is real. Even if it was chopped up, everyone would still be able to get a small share. Take it as compensation for everyone. After all, this was my oversight. Everyone fell silent. Even Shi Rui could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Hearing this, it really is, she looked at the man trapped in the cage with some sympathy. Of all the people to offend, why did he have to offend Chu Luiyue? He must be tired of living if he dared to provoke the Almighty. Chu Luiyue stepped forward, stared at the man, and asked, I'll ask you again. I'll ask you again, who sent you? At the same time, Cliff Peak. This was the mountain behind the family Yi. It was also a forbidden area for family Yi. Very few people came here. At this moment, a tall figure stood on the peak with his hands behind his back. It was Jun Zhuqing. In front of him was a surging black-green river. Behind him stood a middle-aged man, the head of family Wei Zhe. Both of them were silent. Wei Zhe looked up at Jun Zhuqing from time to time with a conflicted expression. He had been here for almost an hour, but Jun Zhuqing had not said a word. He did not even turn his head. If it were anyone else, he would not have been so polite. After all, his family Wei was a first-rate family in the Divine Ruins world. He was also the head of the family. In terms of status, he was not inferior to anyone. But in front of Jun Zhuqing, his arrogance was toned down quite a bit. On one hand, it was because the family Yi's status was higher than the family Wei's. Although the family Yi had been in a lot of trouble recently, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The family Yi was still not to be underestimated. On the other hand, Jun Zhuqing easily pulled down Yi Wentao and quickly took control of the family Yi. This was enough to prove his scheming. On the other hand, it was because he still owed Jun Zhuqing a favor. Head of the family Yi, about my son, unable to wait any longer, Wei Zhe opened his mouth. However, before he could finish, Jun Zhuqing raised his hand and motioned for him to be quiet. Wei Zhe could only swallow the rest of his words. Screech. A screech came from afar. Wei Zhe looked up and saw a demonic beast that looked like an eagle or a vulture flying toward them. The demonic beast spread its wings. Its body was strong and muscular, and its speed was extremely fast. Wherever it passed, a long black spatial crack appeared in the sky. Jun Zhuqing raised his hand. The demonic beast flew in front of him and firmly grabbed his arm. Wei Zhe took a closer look. Half-folded divine vulture. This was a divine beast. However, it was extremely fierce and aggressive. Every time it defeated an opponent, it would eat the corpse of its opponent. It was an extremely vicious existence. Jun Zhuqing glanced at it. His demonic eyebrows relaxed, and he seemed to smile. Did you enjoy eating it? Screech. The half-folded divine vulture screeched and flapped its wings. It was obviously still excited. This was Jun Zhuqing's new pet. The one he used to have died under the claws of this half-folded divine vulture some time ago, so he decided to keep it. As expected, it was more to his liking. The half-folded divine vulture turned its head and glanced at Wei Zhe. That gaze was fierce and vicious, with undisguised exploration and greed. It was as if he was treating Wei Zhe as his own food. Wei Zhe suddenly felt a strong sense of discomfort. He knew that this divine beast was extraordinary. However, such an invasive gaze still made him shudder. It was very. Jun Jiuqing finally turned around and glanced at Wei Zhe with a half-smile. Head of the family Yi, it seems to like you very much. Wei Zhe's back was covered in cold sweat. This did not sound like a good thing. However, he still forced a smile and cupped his hands. Head of the family Yi's divine beast is naturally extraordinary. Jun Jiuqing smiled. As he combed the half-folded divine vulture's feathers, he asked, "What did you say about your son?" They finally got to the point. Wei Zhe hurriedly said, "It's a long story. It's about the last time in the stone forest. In order to compete with Sheng Guanyu for first place, he suffered serious injuries. Now, he is barely hanging on and has not recovered. Head of the family Yi, do you have any way to help him?" Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2145. Jun Jiuqing glanced at him calmly. "How would you like me to help, Mr. Family Wei?" Wei Zhe paused and said hesitantly, "Shiping has been trapped in that stone for a long time. This Shiping has been in the hammer for a long time. I wonder if Master Yi could release him and help him reconstruct his body." Jun Jiuqing did not say anything. However, the air around them seemed to have frozen. Even the temperature had dropped to the freezing point. Wei Zhe's heart skipped a beat. After a long while, Jun Jiuqing asked slowly, "What are you talking about?" "Mr. Family Wei, you seem to have forgotten that Wei Shiping was the one who wanted to go in. No one forced him. Now, he's thinking of coming out before he's done. Mr. Family Yi, please don't misunderstand." Wei Zhe was worried that he would lose his temper, so he quickly explained. I'm just saying. It's fine if Mr. Family Yi doesn't want to. I just feel that he's been trapped in there for a long time. He's really hurt this time. Did he think of this himself, or is it Mr. Family Yi's idea?" "It's me. It's just what I think. He doesn't know that I'm here," Wei Zhe quickly said. Jun Jiuqing lowered his eyes. "It seems that he's much smarter than you." Wei Zhe did not dare to continue. Jun Jiuqing's meaning was clear. He took a deep breath and tried to salvage the situation. "This has nothing to do with him. As his father, I can't bear to see him trapped and tortured all day. But other than that, I have no other intentions." Jun Jiuqing seemed to laugh. "It's normal for Family Yi to feel sorry for his son. Don't worry, I'll release him when the time is right." Wei Zhe finally felt relieved when he heard that. "Thank you, Mr. Family Yi." Right at this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the distant horizon. Jun Jiuqing looked up and narrowed his eyes. The fluctuation came from the newly opened gate realm. It seemed that the matter there had come to an end. He asked casually, "Mr. Family Yi, you didn't send anyone from Family Yi, did you?" Wei Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, "No. Previously, Patriarch Yi sent us a message, telling us not to get involved in this matter, and we did as we were told." Jun Jiuqing suddenly stared at him, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "Really?" "Of course." Wei Zhe's expression was firm. "Patriarch Yi, as you know, our Wei family has been in a lot of trouble recently. We can't even take care of ourselves. How would we have the time and energy to care about these things?" Jun Jiuqing suddenly said. "Wei Zhe, do you know the price you have to pay for lying to me?" Wei Zhe's heart sank and his eyelids twitched. I don't know what Mr. Family Yi means," Jun Jiuqing smiled coldly. He was sure of what he was thinking. "You still sent someone." It was not a question, but a statement. Wei Zhe instinctively wanted to defend himself, but when he met Jun Zhuqing's eyes, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His lips trembled and he finally said, that person, he sneaked into the Mahayana sect before. I didn't send him there on purpose. The first-rate families and clans in the Divine Ruins world had a very subtle relationship with each other. It was not rare to secretly plant connections and keep people in the other party. Wei Zhe was no exception. This reason sounded very reasonable. However, Jun Zhuqing did not think so. He looked at Wei Zhe coldly, full of pressure. After the door realm opened, the Mahayana sect was not the first to rush over. During this time, it was enough for you to contact them and order them not to go. Wei Zhe, do you dare say that you didn't do it on purpose? Wei Zhe's face turned pale, and his legs went weak. He was clearly much older than Jun Zhuqing, but for some reason, when facing Jun Zhuqing, he always felt that he was the inferior one. At this time, Jun Zhuqing's few questions made him feel a little afraid. Wei Zhe opened his mouth. But I really didn't do it on purpose. These words sounded extremely guilty, and even he couldn't convince himself. In fact, after the new door realm opened, he was also very excited and wanted to personally lead a group of people to check it out. Who knew that before he could set off, he would receive Jun Zhuqing's order? How could he accept it? With such a great opportunity before him, no matter what, he was unwilling to miss it. Fortunately, he had already left someone in the Mahayana sect. He secretly sent a message to that person and told him to act according to the circumstances. Because he guessed that Rong Xiao and the others would also go, he specially kept an eye on them. If there was a chance, he would make a move on those two. Of course, Wei Zhe wanted revenge. And this would be an extremely rare opportunity. However, seeing Jun Zhuqing's reaction, Wei Zhe was a little confused. Didn't he just send someone over? And it was so seamless. Even if Jun Zhuqing was angry because he did not fully follow his orders, there was no need for such a strong reaction, right? Why did it seem like he had committed an unpardonable crime? Family E, that person has been in the Mahayana sect for a long time, and he's smart and alert. Nothing will happen to him, Jun Zhuqing sneered. Wei Zhe, remember this. Your son's life was destroyed by your own hands. With that, he closed his eyes. Get lost. Wei Zhe did not expect to be scolded by Jun Zhuqing like this. His face turned red and white. Jun Zhuqing, don't go over bang. Before he could finish, the half-folded divine vulture suddenly charged at him. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2146. Wei Zhe was shocked and immediately retreated. However, the half-folded vulture was even faster than him. In the blink of an eye, it had already flown in front of Wei Zhe, and its sharp beak was about to bite Wei Zhe's face. Wei Zhe waved his sleeves, intending to set up a barrier in front of him. However, before he could do so, he felt a tearing pain on his arm. He quickly retreated and looked down. To his shock and anger, he realized that a piece of flesh had been torn off his arm. It was a ghastly sight to behold. This bastard, he looked up, and his pupils constricted. He saw that the half-folded vulture had swallowed that piece of flesh into its stomach. Those cold and sinister eyes were also staring at him, as if they were glowing with a greedy and excited green light. Is it really treating me as food? Screech. It raised its head and screeched. Its wings flapped as if it was about to continue charging over. At that moment, Jun Zhuqing suddenly raised his hand. The half-folded vulture retracted its aura, but its bloodthirsty eyes were still fixed on Wei Zhe. It was as if Jun Zhuqing let go, it would immediately rush over to tear Wei Zhe to pieces and eat him. Family Wei, this is just a warning. Some things can be said, and some things can't be said. Some things can be done, and some things can't be done. I don't think you need me to teach you this principle, right? Jun Zhuqing said slowly. Wei Zhe's heart was beating wildly. He knew very well that this was Family E. If Jun Zhuqing really wanted his life, he definitely wouldn't have the chance to leave alive. He gritted his teeth. There seemed to be flames burning in his chest, as if they were about to burst out of his chest. However, in the end, he still chose to compromise. I know. With that, he quickly turned and left. After his figure completely disappeared, Jun Zhuqing looked at the half-folded vulture on his arm. He narrowed his eyes, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his eyes. Don't you find it dirty? The half-broken divine vulture, which had been extremely arrogant just a moment ago, immediately shrunk its head. It was obvious that it was extremely afraid of him. Fortunately, Jun Zhuqing did not continue to scold it. Men. As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure walked out of the void. Patriarch. Jun Zhuqing tidied the feathers of the half-folded divine vulture and said calmly, "Take care of those who were sent to contact the family Wei." Yes. As for family Wei, I just need to protect Wei Zhe and Wei Shiping. This subordinate obeys. Jun Zhuqing waved his hand and the black shadow quickly disappeared. Silence returned to the cliffs. He looked towards the horizon and saw that the fluctuations on the Dao Gate realm had gradually disappeared. Looks like it's already over, he said slowly and softly. This was the first time Chu Luyue had passed through the newly opened gate realm. After entering the Divine Ruins realm, she turned back to take a look. This Dao Gate realm was not much different from the gate realms she had seen before. It was just that no one was guarding it until now. The competition for the ownership of any gate realm was very intense. After all, to a large extent, it represented a certain identity and strength. Rong Xiao looked at her. Why? Have you taken a liking to this Dao Gate realm? Chu Luyue did not beat around the bush. She nodded and admitted it. If I'm not wrong, this should be the gate realm opened by Biyao. If I can control it, it will be much easier to contact them in the future. She looked around and smiled. This gate realm is very important to me. I wonder if all of you can let me through this time. Yao Bin cupped his fists and said, "You're too kind, Master Yu. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape. This Dao Gate realm should be yours in the first place. There's no need for you to let us through." That's right. When a new gate realm appears, it needs a new master. There's no one more suitable than you here. Shi Rui also nodded in agreement. Regarding this matter, everyone had a tacit understanding. They were not in a position to compete with Chu Luyue. Besides, even if they really wanted to compete, they might not be able to win. In the end, they would not have a good reputation. They might as well withdraw from this competition. Chu Liyue's smile deepened. Thank you, all of you. After pausing for a moment, she said, since this matter is over, we'll go back first. I wish all of you a smooth journey. After bidding farewell, everyone finally left. Chu Luyue looked at Sun Yi. Sun Yi, stay here first. I'll leave this Dao Gate realm to you for the time being. Yes. Chu Luyue cupped her fists towards Mao Zhen and Yi Zhao. Seniors, I still have to thank you for this. Mao Zhen waved her hand. What are you thanking us for? Actually, we didn't help much. In the end, you and Rong Xiao contributed the most. Chu Liyue's lips curled up slightly, but her expression was incomparably sincere. Originally, the two of you didn't have to make this trip. I still have to thank the two of you. Traveling thousands of miles to save her. This kind of intention was always very precious. Moreover, after this, everyone in the Divine Ruins world would definitely place the Great Void Phoenix Dragon and the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan on their side. These two ancient divine beasts had rarely interfered with the affairs of the human race. However, after this, they would definitely be implicated. Yi Zhao suddenly said, Dumpling is the young mistress of our clan. This matter concerns her life and death. Our Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan naturally can't stay out of it. Chu Luyue looked at him and sighed softly in her heart. Yi Zhao really doted on Dumpling to the core. Thinking back to when they first went to the Divine Phoenix Mountain, they were ruthlessly threatened. Why would they think of today? Yi Zhao seemed to value Dumpling's life more than his own. Although he was a man of few words and a cold face, his feelings for Dumpling could not be more sincere and passionate. That's right. Although Zi Chen isn't of the Great Void Phoenix Dragon clan, he still has half of our bloodline in him. Moreover, you've helped me before. This small favor is nothing. Mao Zhen said with a smile. Chu Luiyue thanked her again. Then, we'll return to Peach Blossom Cove first. Yi Zhao said, I'll go with you. He paused and frowned slightly. I can only be at ease after I personally ensure Dumpling's safety. Chu Luiyue knew that he was talking about Dumpling's forceful opening of her sixth meridian. Her expression turned serious and she nodded slightly. Please. Peach Blossom Cove. Chu Luiyue and the others returned to the Yu residence in a rather low-key manner. After entering the room, Chu Luiyue first summoned Dumpling. After a period of recuperation, her condition was better than before. Some of the less serious injuries had mostly healed, but Chu Luiyue knew that these weren't the most serious problems in her body. Ah, you. Dumpling ran toward Chu Luiyue the moment she came out. She hugged her leg and looked up at her. Ah, you, how is Zi Chen? Wonderful book house. Chapter 2147. Her chubby little face had lost a lot of weight after this ordeal. It was a heart-wrenching sight. At this moment, she was looking up with worry in her eyes. Chu Luiyue picked her up and gently rubbed her face against his. Dumpling, don't worry. Zi Chen will be fine. Tuanzi held her neck with both hands, and her small eyebrows were still tightly knitted. But he's seriously injured, Chu Luiyue sighed in her heart. Dumpling was very smart. Such vague words wouldn't comfort her at all. She kissed Dumpling and patiently comforted her. Dumpling, don't worry. Now that we're back, he'll be fine as long as he recuperates. Don't you trust Ayu? Tuanzi shook her head and leaned against her shoulder, murmuring softly. Dumpling trusts Ayu the most. Chu Luiyue's heart softened. She said to Yi Zhao, who was beside her, then let's go to Grandpa clan leader's side and wait together, okay? Dumpling knew that she was going to treat Zi Chen's injuries, so she nodded obediently. Okay. Rong Xiu was standing at the side. When he saw this scene, he seemed to have thought of something. A light flashed across his eyes, and his expression softened a little. Chu Luiyue didn't notice. She turned around and handed Dumpling to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao's usually cold expression instantly changed. He coughed and carefully reached out to hold Dumpling in his arms. Although Dumpling had already opened her sixth meridian, she was still a soft ball in his arms. He looked down and saw the dried dark red blood on Dumpling's body. Anger and killing intent surged in his heart. But he was afraid that he would scare Dumpling, so he suppressed it. Killing Nie Hongjie and his daughter was still not enough to vent his anger. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely ferret out the person behind this and make him pay for Dumpling's suffering 1,000 times over. Suddenly, a soft little hand touched the space between his eyebrows. Grandpa clan leader, don't be angry. Isn't Dumpling fine? Although Yi Zhao didn't say anything, she knew that his heart ached for her and he was angry about what had happened. Yi Zhao's heart instantly softened. He grabbed Dumpling's hand and nodded. Okay. I'll listen to Dumpling's instructions. At this moment, Chu Luiyue summoned Zi Chen with a thought. Zi Chen's situation seemed to be very bad. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was covered in bruises. Even though Chu Luiyue had tried her best to heal him previously, his injuries were really too serious. Especially the bone-piercing wounds. As a divine beast, Zi Chen possessed half of the Great Phoenix Dragon's bloodline. Logically speaking, his physical strength should be extremely strong. Even if he fought against a god, he wouldn't necessarily be seriously injured. From this, it could be seen that his opponent was extremely strong and had dealt him a heavy blow. Chu Luiyue suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. A dagger appeared in her hand. She raised her foot and walked over. She cut open the clothes on Zichen's shoulder, revealing the wound that had pierced through the bone. A bloody hole the size of a bowl was laid bare in front of her eyes. Chu Luiyue's heart trembled. In fact, over the years, she had seen more gruesome scenes than this. But now, this wound was on Zichen's body. She couldn't help but feel angry and distressed. Zichen's wrists also had the same wound. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and asked, "Is this a wound from when you tried to break free from that thing's restraint?" Zichen's handsome and cold face was pale. He nodded. Although his voice was weak, his tone was as calm and deep as ever. "I wasn't strong enough, so I could only resort to this method." He tried to break the chain, but after trying many methods, he failed. In the end, he could only resort to this method. Chu Luiyue's chest tightened. "I was too careless. I shouldn't have let you leave at that time." Later, whenever she thought about it, she felt that if she had been more vigilant at that time and hadn't let Dumpling and Zichen go out, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Zichen shook his head. "Shueshue was with us at that time. But its target was us, it's not." Dumpling suddenly spoke. Her eyes were red. "I know. It's me." She sounded like she was about to cry. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't pestered Zichen to fight at that time, he wouldn't have been implicated by me." As she spoke, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Bean-sized tears streamed down her face. Hot tears fell on Yi Zhao's hand, making his heart ache. Dumpling, don't cry." He had never seen such a scene before. For a moment, he was also at a loss. Chu Luiyue frowned. "Dumpling, it's not your fault. To be honest, the real target of that was actually her. As for Tuanzi, she should be the next best target for it to attack." Dumpling's eyes were red with tears. When she saw the wound on Zichen's hand and shoulder, she cried even harder. "It's me. Zichen was fine. He was injured because he tried to save me. It's all my fault." She had been in a tense state before, so she didn't think too much about it. Now that she had finally returned safely, and when she saw Zichen's injury, she recalled the scene at that time. She was overwhelmed with guilt and self-blame. "Zichen. I'm sorry," Dumpling cried until she was out of breath. It was as if she wanted to vent all the fear, grievances, and pain during this period of time. Her little body twitched as she cried. Yi Zhao was so distressed that he didn't know what to do. He just happened to look at Chu Luiyue for help. "Don't cry." Zichen suddenly spoke. His face was as cold and indifferent as usual, but his tone had a rare gentleness and patience. Dumpling suddenly jumped down from Yi Zhao's arms and ran to Zichen. "Zichen, why don't you hit me?" Dumpling wiped her tears as she spoke, but she couldn't wipe them away. Seeing the bloody holes on Zichen's wrist and shoulder, she felt even worse. "If you didn't want to save me, you wouldn't have been injured at all. It has nothing to do with you. When it locked me up, it had already pierced my wrist with the chain." Zichen shook his head. "But it's okay." His gaze fell on Dumpling's wrist. Perhaps in order to help Dumpling open her meridians, the other party didn't use this method to deal with Dumpling. Instead, it just shackled her wrists. Fortunately, his wrist was pierced, leaving him a chance to escape. Fortunately, it wasn't her. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2148. Chu Luiyue looked at Dumpling. "Dumpling, step back. I'm going to take a look at Zichen's wound." Tuanzi pursed her lips and moved her little feet reluctantly, but her two little hands were still holding the edge of the bed. Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dumpling was crying so miserably. She was probably really upset about what had happened. As long as Zichen didn't recover, she wouldn't be able to relax. Chu Luiyue stopped urging her and looked at Zichen. It might hurt a little later. Bear with it. Zichen looked away from Dumpling's face and nodded. Chu Luiyue looked at his left shoulder, and her expression became more serious. Qi. A flame of pure gold and transparent karmic fire suddenly gushed out of her palm. The blazing heat caused the temperature of the entire room to rise by quite a bit. Then, her palm slowly approached the wound on Zichen's left shoulder. Under the heat of the flame, the dried blood gradually evaporated, revealing Zichen's original bloody wound. Chu Luiyue placed the dagger in her other hand on the flame. This dagger was the same one that Rong Xiu had given her. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and extremely sharp. Unlike an ordinary dagger, this dagger did not become as red as a soldering iron after being roasted in the fire. Instead, it still had its previous bright and clear appearance. A moment later, Chu Luiyue held the dagger in her hand and cut Zichen's shoulder. His shoulder bone had been pierced. There were still some bone fragments inside, which had to be removed. Some of the flesh around the wound had already died and had to be removed as soon as possible. Chu Luiyue was about to move when she suddenly noticed that Zichen was looking at Dumpling. Turn around. This was for Dumpling. Dumpling immediately said, no. It wasn't like she hadn't seen such a scene before. Besides, Zichen was injured because of her. What was wrong with her watching? Zichen frowned. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. As if sensing her smile, Zichen paused and lowered his eyes. After a while, he seemed to be explaining something. She's still young. Chu Luiyue nodded in agreement. That's right. Compared to Zichen, who had lived for thousands of years, Dumpling was indeed young. Although she had been with Dumpling for many years and had even experienced life and death situations, this scene would still scare Dumpling. Zichen was Chu Luiyue's contracted mythological beast, so he immediately knew what she was thinking. He wanted to explain himself, but in the end, he gave up and closed his eyes. Let's begin. Chu Luiyue smiled in her heart, but she still turned her body to block Dumpling's view. Hey, Dumpling originally wanted to watch carefully, but Chu Luiyue blocked her view, so she couldn't see anything. She wanted to change her position, but she was worried that moving would disturb Chu Luiyue, so she could only stay where she was and wait with her neck raised. Fortunately, Chu Luiyue was very fast and straightforward. In a short while, she finished treating the wound on Zichen's left shoulder. She took out 2 jade bottles from her universe ring. One bottle contained powdered wound medicine, and the other bottle contained oral spirit refreshment pills. She first fed Zichen a spirit refreshment pill, and then began to apply the medicine. When the medicine was sprinkled on the wound, Zichen's lips turned pale, and his body instantly tensed up. Chu Luiyue refined the medicine herself. It was very effective, but it was very painful. She sped up her movements. After applying the medicine, she began to bandage Zichen's wound. After treating the wound on his shoulder, she moved on to his wrists. Fortunately, the wound on his wrists was lighter than the one on his shoulder. Even so, after everything was done, Zichen's clothes were almost soaked. Obviously, it was painful. Chu Luiyue handed over the 2 bottles in her hand and put them on the bedside. Change the medicine on your body once a day, and take 1 spirit refreshment pill every 2 days. You should be almost healed in 10 days. During this time, you just lie here and recuperate. Zichen said, it won't take that long. Chu Luiyue put her hand to her forehead helplessly. Zichen's temperament had always been like this. He definitely wouldn't want to lie here all day like a patient. Although he was a patient to begin with. She turned her head and glanced at Dumpling. Dumpling, I'll leave Zichen to you. Yes. After receiving this task, Dumpling immediately nodded her head vigorously. Don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of Zichen. She was already very guilty and blamed herself for Zichen's injury. Now that she had a chance to make up for it, she was naturally very happy. No matter what, she had to seize the opportunity. Zichen raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Luyue. I don't need, it's settled. Chu Luyue didn't leave any room for discussion for Zichen and immediately finalized the matter. Then, she waved at Dumpling, who had run to the bedside and was carefully studying the 2 bottles of medicine. Dumpling, come here first. You can come later. Huh? Oh, okay. Dumpling didn't suspect anything and obediently followed over. Chu Luyue carried her and walked out of the door. Yi Zhao and Rong Xiao also followed along. The group arrived at another room in the courtyard. After entering, Chu Luyue placed Dumpling on the bed. Dumpling looked at her blankly. Are you? Dumpling, don't worry. Grandpa Patriarch and I are just here to check on your body after you opened your 6th meridian. When she heard this, Dumpling immediately nodded obediently and stretched out her small hand. You, don't worry. I'm fine. Chu Luyue sat by the bed and held her small hand to check her pulse. She separated a portion of her force and circulated it through Dumpling's meridians. After a moment, she withdrew her hand. Her expression didn't reveal anything. Senior Yi Zhao, come and take a look. She stood up and gave her seat to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao walked over. The method he used was slightly different from Chu Luyue's. A cluster of reddish gold flames surged out from his fingertips and slowly seeped into Dumpling's body. Chu Luyue could even clearly see the state of the flame flowing under Dumpling's skin. However, Dumpling's expression was normal. She even laughed a few times because she felt itchy. About a quarter of an hour later, Yi Zhao withdrew the ball of flame. Chu Luyue exchanged glances with him and asked. Senior Yi Zhao, what do you think? Yi Zhao's eyes darkened. Dumpling's current condition is still all right. She's basically not injured. However, the forceful opening of her meridians previously caused a huge impact to her meridians. I'm afraid that she'll need to rest for a period of time. Chu Luyue nodded. My thoughts are the same as yours. However, it's a good thing that Dumpling's bloodline is pure. With enough time, these injuries can be healed. Dumpling looked up at them. Grandpa Patriarch, does this mean that Dumpling's fine? The 2 exchanged glances. They could see the worry in each other's eyes. Dumpling's body was fine, but this was the problem. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2149. Did that I kidnap Dumpling just to help her open her meridians? But with Dumpling's aptitude, it was only a matter of time before she opened her 6th meridian. Why was that thing in such a hurry? The slightest carelessness would only destroy Dumpling's talent. What was it trying to do? Chu Luyue stroked Dumpling's round hair and smiled warmly. Yes. Fortunately, our Dumpling is powerful. Zichen is powerful. Dumpling corrected. If not for him, my 7th meridian would have already been opened. Chu Luyue's heart sank. Yi Zhao's face was also covered in a layer of haze. Fortunately, they had rushed over in time. Fortunately, Dumpling had come to her senses early. Because of the life contract, Dumpling had also benefited greatly from Chu Luyue's breakthrough to the supreme god level. To a large extent, it had mitigated the effects of forcefully opening her meridians. If her 7th meridian had been forcefully opened, the damage to her body would have been irreversible. Yi Zhao asked a few more questions about what had happened that day. Dumpling told him everything in detail. Grandpa Patriarch, since I'm fine now, shall I go take care of Zichen? Dumpling threw herself onto Chu Luyue's lap and asked with her head raised. Chu Luyue gently rubbed Dumpling's little face. Okay. Dumpling left happily. After she left, the room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Yi Zhao spoke. We still have to continue investigating this matter. Chu Luyue nodded. Senior Yi Zhao, don't worry. I've already ordered the 13U to secretly search for information. Once we find anything, we'll inform you immediately. Yi Zhao said in a low voice, "You probably don't have enough manpower. I'll immediately set off and rush back to Phoenix Mountain to mobilize everyone in the clan to investigate. No matter what, we have to find that thing." Chu Luiyue was surprised at first, but soon understood what he was thinking. Although Yi Zhao did not like to interact with humans, this matter involved Dumpling. He had always doted on Dumpling. This time, Dumpling had suffered so much. How could he let it go? He was planning to mobilize the power of the entire tribe to avenge Dumpling. Chu Luiyue cupped his fists and bowed solemnly. "Thank you, Senior Yi Zhao." Yi Zhao's expression was as cold as ever. "Dumpling is the young mistress of our clan, so this is what we should do." With that, he hurriedly took his leave. Chu Luiyue sent him out of the door. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared. Rong Xiu walked over from behind. Chu Luiyue turned around and met Rong Xiu's gaze. He was slightly stunned. This expression was a little different from how he usually looked. Those deep eyes looked at her, as if there were waves surging, with an indescribable charm. Chu Luiyue touched her face. "Is there something dirty on my face?" "I don't think so." Rong Xiu shook his head and smiled. "No. Then why are you looking at me like that?" Rong Xiu sighed softly. "I just suddenly thought of something." "What is it?" Rong Xiu did not immediately answer. Instead, he walked in front of her and wrapped his arm around her slender and soft waist. He lowered his head slightly and whispered into her ear. "I'm thinking, if we have a daughter, it would be great." Chu Luiyue was stunned. Then, she felt a ball of fire burning from her ears to her cheeks. What did you say?" "There's no sign of it yet." Rong Xiu looked at her slender and fair neck, which quickly turned crimson. The smile on his lips deepened, and he hugged her even tighter. He bit her ear and lowered his voice. "We're already married. How can there be no sign of it?" Chu Luiyue was speechless for a moment. His warm breath landed behind her ear and shoulder, almost causing half of her body to feel hot. Why did you suddenly think of this?" Rong Xiu chuckled and did not say anything. In fact, he really did not have such thoughts before. It was just that when he saw her gently coaxing Dumpling in the room just now, he suddenly had an idea. If they had a daughter, she would definitely be cute, delicate, and beautiful. Just like her. Then it's settled. "I want a daughter," Rong Xiu said. Chu Luiyue glared at him angrily. This kind of thing could not be decided just because he said it. This man's imagination was a little too perfect. Unfortunately, this glare was not intimidating. Instead, it was like the autumn water rippling, like a small hook that kept hooking people's hearts. He directly carried her horizontally and walked into the house. Chu Luiyue was shocked and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "Rong Xiu, what are you doing?" In broad daylight, Rong Xiu looked at her flustered and embarrassed face and suddenly laughed. "What do you want me to do?" "I was just thinking that you just became a god and rushed back without stopping, so you need a good rest." "Why, what are you thinking?" Chu Luiyue gritted her teeth. "This man. Whatever you're thinking, I'm thinking the same thing." Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. "Then we're really telepathic. We're thinking of the same thing." As he spoke, he carried her into the house. The moment the door was closed, he put her down and pressed her against the door. He supported her head with one hand and pinched her chin with the other. He kissed her half coaxingly and half forcefully. Her words were blurred between her lips and teeth. Rong Xiu, didn't you want to rest just now?" Rong Xiu pressed closer and crushed her voice in between panting breaths. "Yes. But I still want this, and this." His voice was close to her ear. It was low and hoarse, and his breath was hot. Didn't you just say that you're thinking the same thing as me?" Chu Luiyue wanted to argue, but he swallowed all her words. Before she lost consciousness, there was only one sentence left in her mind. This man was too cunning. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2150. The storm in the Red Moon Desert gradually calmed down. The Yu residents quickly sent out a team of elite guards to the New Door world. They took over from Sun Yi and were responsible for guarding it. Lin Qifei and the others also came. With Sun Yi's help, they built a teleportation formation from the New Door world to the Peach Blossom Cove. This way, everyone could come and go freely. Perhaps it was because what happened in the Red Moon Desert had quickly spread throughout the entire Divine Ruins world, but many aristocratic families and clans had given up on this New Door world. This also made things convenient for Sun Yi and the others. After dealing with the matters here, he and Lin Qifei rushed back to the Peach Blossom Cove. Clear ancient slope, family way. Wei Zai's figure passed through the rolling mountain range until he reached a certain mountain peak. Wei Qihan, who had been waiting here for a long time, immediately came forward when he saw him. Family head, you're finally back. While you were away, the clan, suddenly, his voice paused as his gaze landed on Wei Zai's arm. You're injured. Wei Zai had already bandaged his own arm and used his wide sleeves to cover it from the outside, but the smell of blood was undeniable. Wei Zai's expression was very gloomy. I was bitten by a beast. What kind of thing is so impudent? Wei Qihan was shocked. With Wei Zai's status and strength, how could he be injured like this? Didn't you go to the family Yi? Wei Qihan's voice stopped abruptly. Seeing Wei Zai's even uglier expression, he was immediately certain of his guess. He really was injured at the family Yi. And it seemed that the process was very unpleasant. He rarely saw Wei Zai with such an expression. Wei Qihan was also a smart person. He immediately shut his mouth and did not ask any more questions. Wei Zai walked into the cave as he asked. What did you say happened in the clan? Wei Qihan hurriedly said. Family head, after you left the stone forest, you haven't returned to the clan. This has dragged on for a long time. There are many things in the clan that are waiting for you to deal with personally. Wei Zai paused, glanced at him, and sneered. What could possibly happen at this time? There's an 80% chance that there are people who don't like this patriarch. They sensed that something was wrong and started to cause trouble. Wei Qihan said, don't worry, they all know that you like to stay here alone for a while. They won't dare to come here rashly. Her words were tactful, but she still acknowledged Wei Zai's words. Wei Zai sneered and continued walking into the cave. Then let them wait. This patriarch wants to see if they can still go against the heavens. With that, his figure disappeared into the pitch-black cave. Home, Wei Qihan wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't follow them in. Looking at the entrance of the cave, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his face was tinged with worry. The patriarch was in a bad mood right now. He probably wouldn't listen to anything. But in reality, the family Wei's situation was not optimistic. Ever since Wei Shiping was expelled from Lingxiao College, the family Wei had been surging with undercurrents. Previously, when Tang Ke's tomb opened, Wei Zai led a group of people to go there, but in the end, they returned in defeat. This made everyone in the clan even more dissatisfied. In their opinion, the stone forest was the family Wei's territory. Then, everything in Tang Ke's tomb naturally belonged to them. Although they had no choice but to invite many artifact refining experts from the world of divine ruins, since Wei Zai was the patriarch, he should have taken Tang Ke's inheritance personally. But in the end, he still failed. Not only did he give up everything in Tang Ke's tomb, he even lost the Thousand Peaks halberd. Everyone in the family Wei was very dissatisfied with Wei Zai. And after the incident, he didn't even show his face once. This was like adding fuel to the fire. If Wei Qihan hadn't desperately stopped them during this period of time, those people would have already chased them here. But looking at Wei Zai's appearance, he didn't seem to care too much about this matter. Wei Qihan sighed helplessly. It seemed that he could only wait for the patriarch to come out and have a good talk with him about this matter. Wei Zai walked all the way in. In the deepest part of the cave, the iron hammer was still there quietly. Wei Zhe walked over. Shiping. After a moment, Wei Shiping's voice came out from inside. Father? You're back. How's the situation? Did he say that he's going to let me out? Wei Shiping's words were filled with undisguised eagerness and desire. Previously, when he was talking to Jun Juqing, Wei Zhe had lied. He didn't make that suggestion because he felt sorry for Wei Shiping, but because Wei Shiping wanted to come out himself. Unfortunately, Jun Juqing didn't agree to this suggestion. Shiping, he said that you still need to stay here for a short while. When the time is right, he'll let you out. Wei Zhe spoke with difficulty. Wei Shiping's voice disappeared and he didn't reply for a long time. Wei Zhe knew that he was upset and comforted him. Don't worry, it won't be long. That's what he said before. But it's been so long and there's still no news from him. I don't trust him anymore. Wei Shiping suddenly exploded and his voice was hoarse and mournful. Father. You have to help me. You have to help me. He had been muddle-headed back then, but he had come to his senses now. No matter what, he didn't want to live like this anymore. Wei Zhe's brows furrowed. But in this situation, we don't have any other way. Wei Shiping paused for a moment, then his voice suddenly became shrill. Rong Xiu. Yes. And Rong Xiu. He must have a way. Father, why don't you go and beg him? As long as he's willing to help. Wei Zhe closed his eyes. Do you think he'll help? Wei Shiping's voice suddenly stopped. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2151. Wasn't it because he had offended Sheng Guanyu that Rong Xiu had to deal with him personally? Then, Rong Xiu naturally wouldn't help him now. Wei Shiping would be thankful if Rong Xiu didn't stab him in the back. Wei Shiping's thoughts were simple. He wanted revenge. Rong Xiu had caused him to be expelled from Lingxiao College and lose the right to compete for the position of young master of the family Wei. He had become the laughing stock of the world ever since. He hated Rong Xiu to the core and was willing to pay a terrible price. He abandoned his physical body and sealed his soul in this hammer so that he could take revenge one day. But now, his thoughts had changed. He was trapped in this endless darkness and had to endure inhumane torture day after day. He didn't even have the slightest hope of getting out. Who could bear such a life? Wei Shiping was almost driven crazy. When he heard Wei Zhe's words, he lost his mind. She even said something as ridiculous as begging Rong Xiu for help. Wei Shiping laughed at himself and didn't say anything else. The cave regained its deathly silence, and the surrounding space seemed to have frozen inch by inch. Wei Zhe felt terrible. Although he had several sons, Wei Shiping was the one he favored the most. He had always nurtured Wei Shiping as his successor. He wanted to wait until Rong Xiu returned from Lingxiao College before passing the position of young master to him. Who knew that so many things would happen? Shiping, don't worry. I'll think of a way. Wei Zhe was about to say something when he suddenly heard Wei Qihan's anxious voice. Master. Someone from the clan is here. Wei Zhe frowned. Before he left, he comforted Wei Shiping. Father will come to see you again in a while. Take good care of yourself first. After saying that, he lifted his foot and walked outside. Wei Zhe walked out of the cave. What happened? Wei Qihan quickly stepped forward. Patriarch, I sensed someone approaching just now. If I'm not wrong, it should be Elder Wei Song. Before his voice fell, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from the sky. A figure was rapidly approaching. Wei Zhe looked up and his expression turned even colder. The newcomer was a white-robed old man in his 50s. He had a ruddy complexion and white hair. He was indeed Wei Song. There were a total of 6 family Wei elders, and Elder Wei Song was the oldest, the most senior, and the most powerful one. Even Wei Zhe had to be courteous when he saw him. Wei Qihan shook his head. I don't know. Wei Song rarely interfered in the affairs of the clan. It was indeed strange that he would suddenly come here today. In the blink of an eye, Wei Song was already in front of them. Patriarch. Elder Wei Song. The two greeted each other. Although Wei Zhe was furious that Wei Song had suddenly come here, he was still very polite because of the other party's status and seniority. May I know what brings Elder Wei Song here today? Wei Song's expression was dignified. His old and unfathomable eyes looked indifferently at Wei Zhe. Patriarch hasn't returned for a long time. We couldn't help but be worried. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Wei Zhe's arm. Patriarch is injured? Wei Zhe put his arm behind him and coughed. I was injured in the stone forest. It's nothing serious. Wei Song was a little suspicious. Although he couldn't see the wound, it wasn't hard to tell that Wei Zhe was heartbroken from the smell of blood in the air. And the incident in the stone forest had already ended for a month or so. Wei Song didn't expose his clumsy lie and went straight to the point. It's good that Patriarch is fine. I just don't know if Patriarch has time to go back now. Wei Zhe was a little puzzled. Elder Wei Song, you came here this time to ask me to go back? That's right. Wei Song admitted frankly. In the entire family Wei, he was the only one who wouldn't be punished for doing this. Wei Zhe smiled. I plan to go back as soon as possible. I didn't expect to trouble Elder Wei Song. I'm really sorry. Wei Song nodded. That's good. Something happened in the family. Patriarch should go back as soon as possible. His reaction finally made Wei Zhe realize that something was wrong. What happened in the family? Wei Song stared at him. Someone from the Yuntian Tower is here. Yan Qing stood in front of the gate of the Wei residence with his hands behind his back. In addition, there were a few people from the family Wei. Lord Yan Qing, Patriarch hasn't been in the residence recently. Even if he wants to come back, it will take some time. It's not appropriate for you to stand here all the time. Why don't you go in and wait? One of the elders tried to persuade him. Yan Qing's expression didn't change. His voice was cold and his face was stern. No need. I'll just wait here. He really had no interest in stepping through the gate of the family Wei. The people standing at the gate looked at each other. This Yan Qing was too domineering. Without saying anything, he directly came to the gate and said that he wanted to see their patriarch. He didn't even enter the gate and just stood there blocking the way. And from the looks of it, he wouldn't leave until he saw their patriarch. What was this? If it weren't for his master, they wouldn't have swallowed this humiliation. Just as the two sides were in a deadlock, Wei Song and the other two finally arrived. Wei Zhe's heart skipped a beat when he saw Yan Qing standing upright with a cold expression from afar. Why did Yan Qing have to come to the family Wei at this time? Everyone knew that Yan Qing was Rong Xiu's right-hand man. Now that he was here, he obviously represented Rong Xiu. Wei Zhe was a little uneasy, but he forced himself to remain calm. Lord Yan Qing, what brings you here from afar? Yan Qing half-turned and looked at Wei Zhe. Patriarch of the family Wei. I'm here today under orders to represent the Holy Sun and demand an explanation from the family Wei's patriarch. He had always been an iceberg. At this moment, his cold and solemn expression added a bit of dignity and made people unconsciously revere him. Wei Zhe frowned inwardly. Although Yan Qing was extremely young, he had followed Rong Xiu for many years. Standing in front of him, he did not lose out in terms of aura at all. Oh. Demand an explanation? This. I don't know when I offended Yuntian Tower. Since Yan Qing did not come with good intentions, Wei Zhe did not beat around the bush. Yan Qing was obviously here to cause trouble. Patriarch of the family Wei, you know very well. Yan Qing looked at him coldly. Lin Jiang of the Mahayana sect harbored ill intentions some time ago. He repaid kindness with ingratitude and tried to steal the princess consort's 2 Tian baby. He also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to lay his hands on many other first-rate families and clans. Now, he has died at the hands of the princess consort and his highness. Do you really have nothing to say about this matter? The other members of the Wei clan were all at a loss. Wei Zai's heart sank and he instinctively denied it. What does the Mahayana sect have to do with my family Wei? Yan Qing said. You know very well whether it has anything to do with you. His Highness means that for the sake of your family Wei, you should personally go to Peach Blossom Cove and apologize. Wonderful book room. Chapter 2152. Wei Zai was so angry that he laughed. Did they want him to apologize in person? Yes, the alliance between Yintian Tower and the Yu clan was indeed superior to the family Wei. But that didn't mean that Rong Xiu and Chu Luyue could do whatever they wanted. The family Wei was a first-rate family Wei that had stood tall in the divine ruins for thousands of years. As the head of the family, he represented himself and the entire family Wei. If he really went this time, wouldn't he be ridiculed by the world? The family Wei has very little contact with the Mahayana sect. As for that Lin Jiang you mentioned, he has nothing to do with us at all. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Go find whoever made the mistake. Why do you have to trouble the family Wei? Wei Zai straightened his collar. After the opening of the New Door World, I've already ordered the family Wei to stay in their homes and not participate in this matter. If Lord Yan Qing doesn't believe me, you can investigate and see if anyone from the family Wei has left the Qinggu slope during this time. His words were said with confidence, and there was even a hint of anger on his face from being casually accused and accused. When the others saw this, they all nodded in agreement. That's right. The head of the family did give such an order. We've been here all this time. If the Mahayana sect is the culprit, then go find them. Why did they find us? That's right. Isn't that person from Yintian a little too arrogant? Before the last two words could be spat out, the person who spoke instantly felt a chill on his back. He subconsciously raised his head and met Yan Qing's cold and solemn gaze. His heart trembled and he subconsciously swallowed the rest of the words he was about to say. This Yan Qing, is so powerful. The surrounding people subconsciously quieted down. Yan Qing raised her eyebrows and stared at Wei Zai. Family Wei's head, I happen to know that someone has left the Qinggu slope recently. Are you interested in hearing? Wei Zai's eyelids twitched violently. Yan Qing's words were, Lord Yan Qing, this is a matter of great importance. If you can't come up with convincing evidence, I'm afraid my family Wei won't agree to your request. It was Wei Song who spoke. No matter what, family Wei's reputation was still important. If Wei Zai really went to the Peach Blossom Cove to apologize, then this news would quickly spread throughout the entire Divine Ruins world. At that time, not only would Wei Zai be too ashamed to face everyone, but everyone in his family Wei would also be humiliated. Yan Qing nodded. His Highness has never fought a battle that he is not confident in, and this time is no different. Of course, there is evidence. If the head of the family Wei wishes to see it, I can show it now. Wei Zai's heart thumped wildly. He really couldn't be sure how true Yan Qing's words were. But since he dared to come to them directly like this, then, things were probably not going well. Wei Zai quickly searched his mind for any possible loopholes. He had buried Lin Zhang's trail for a long time, and even the other members of the family Wei didn't know about it. And now that that person was dead, there was no evidence. What evidence could they have? But Wei Zai really didn't dare to take the risk. After thinking for a while, he finally said seriously. It seems that the Holy Son and Master you have a deep misunderstanding about this matter. How about this, I'll go with you to the Peach Blossom Cove and explain it to them face to face. The family Wei and Yintian Tower have always minded their own business. It's not worth it to have a conflict because of some misunderstanding. His words were very beautiful. He agreed to Yan Qing's request to go with her to the Peach Blossom Cove, but not to apologize, but to explain the misunderstanding. It sounded a lot better. Yan Qing took half a step back. Head of the family way, please. Peach Blossom Cove. The night passed quickly. When Zichen woke up, he felt that something was pressing down on his blanket. He opened his eyes and saw a round head. Red strings and golden bells were faintly discernible in the messy bun. It was Dumpling, who was lying on the edge of the bed, asleep. Ever since Chu Luiyue gave her the task of looking after Zichen, she had made up her mind to stay here and guard him. In the end, she couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Her sixth meridian was forcefully opened in the Red Moon Desert, and it was very taxing on her. Her small body was still recovering, so it was normal for her to be sleepy. Zichen tilted his head and looked at Dumpling indifferently. He couldn't tell what she was thinking. She was sleeping soundly, mumbling something under her breath. I'm sorry. The corners of Zichen's lips curled up ever so slightly. Dumpling finally woke up and slowly opened her eyes, as if she sensed something. Zichen closed his eyes. Dumpling rubbed her eyes and looked at Zichen. You're still sleeping, she said softly. It seemed that Zichen's injury was really serious. She stretched her body and yawned as she jumped down from the stool. Then, she quietly walked to the bedside. Zichen thought she was going to get medicine, but he didn't hear anything after waiting for a while. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt something approaching. Dumpling put her hands on the edge of the bed, stood on tiptoe, and put her head close to the wound on Zichen's shoulder. At this time, his injury was bandaged, but a little bit of blood could still be seen seeping out. Dumpling sighed slightly and felt a little depressed. Every time she saw Zichen's wound, she couldn't help but think of that scene. The feeling of his flesh and blood being torn apart and his blood splattering was so clear and vivid. Zichen thought that Dumpling would leave out of curiosity, but after waiting for a while, she still didn't move. A few strands of her hair fell and floated on his neck and shoulders. Her little head moved, and the strands of hair swept back and forth. It was very itchy. After a while, Zichen finally couldn't stand it anymore and coughed deliberately. Dumpling suddenly woke up and looked up at him with a face full of surprise. Zichen, you're awake. Zichen. Yes. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Or, do you want to take medicine first? Dumpling frowned and thought carefully. And the medicine on your wound needs to be changed. Why don't you drink water first? After saying that, she looked at Zichen with bright eyes, as if waiting for his answer. Zichen was a little helpless. Dumpling, I can do these things myself. You told me to take good care of you. Don't tell me. Do you think I'm not good enough? Dumpling widened her eyes. Zichen paused and didn't remind her. From yesterday until now, she didn't seem to have done anything. She just lay there and slept. No. Drink some water first. Okay. Dumpling turned around and ran to get the water. Boom. A reddish gold flame ignited and burned the teapot clean in the blink of an eye. The things here were all ordinary things and couldn't withstand her burning. Dumpling was stunned and looked back at him blankly. I just thought that it's better for you to drink hot water. Shall I get another pot? Zichen closed his eyes. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2153. By the time Chu Luiyue woke up, it was already noon the next day. Rong Xiu seemed to have just gone out. The freshly brewed tea on the table was still emitting white smoke. She moved her arms, and the red marks on her collarbone were faintly discernible. However, she felt very refreshed. She vaguely remembered that Rong Xiu had carried her to take a bath later. Someone was really unscrupulous in order to have a daughter. Chu Luiyue's face was slightly hot. She rubbed her face with her hands before getting dressed. However, her physical strength was much stronger than before, probably because she had broken through to the god level. Although she had been tossing and turning for a long time, she didn't feel too sore or uncomfortable. Chu Luiyue got up and walked outside. She saw the blonde boy guarding outside the courtyard. He was half leaning against the moon gate, frowning slightly. His expression was solemn, as if he was thinking about something. Her short, soft hair hung down and shone faintly under the sunlight. "Little Zhou." Chu Luiyue called out. Chang Wanzhou seemed to be immersed in his own thoughts and didn't respond. Chu Luiyue walked over and raised her voice slightly. "Little Zhou?" Chang Wanzhou suddenly came back to his senses and turned to look at her. When her face came into view, he was in a trance for a moment. For a moment, Chu Luiyue even felt that Chang Wanzhou was looking at another person through her. She stretched out her hand, waved it in front of his eyes, and smiled. "What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed?" Chang Wanzhou's eyes finally focused. He quickly shook his head. "Nothing." Chu Luiyue felt a little strange. He seemed to have something on his mind. However, since it was something on his mind, he might not want to tell others, so she didn't ask. "Why are you here?" Although he would usually guard her, this courtyard was her and Rong Xiu's residence. Usually, no one would come here. Even Chang Wanzhou and the others would be extremely careful and hide if they wanted to guard it. It was rare to see someone waiting at the entrance of the courtyard in broad daylight. Chang Wanzhou stood up straight. "Wei Zai is here." The saint had already gone over and was now in the front hall. "The saint said that he would invite you over when you woke up." "Wei Zai? Why is he here?" Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a little ridiculous, and the corners of his lips curled up. Could it be because of Lin Jiang of the Mahayana sect? Previously, she had interrogated the man about his background, but he refused to tell her. He even tried to self-destruct, but was stopped by Rong Xiu in the end. That person's physical body was destroyed on the spot, leaving only a wisp of his soul, which was locked up by Rong Xiu. Could it be that Rong Xiu had found out something? Or did he have other evidence? It wasn't that Chu Luiyue didn't suspect the Wei family. After all, in the entire Divine Ruins world, there were only a few clans that could send out supreme gods as informants. Excluding those who were obviously unrelated, the range was even narrower. Not to mention, she had a grudge with family Wei. "Wei Zai came back with Lord Yanqing," Chang Wanzhou said. Chu Luiyue raised an eyebrow, and was even more certain of her guess. This place was extremely far from family Wei, and it would take a lot of time to go back and forth. Wei Zai came so quickly. It seemed that Yanqing was fast. No, perhaps it should be said that Rong Xiu was too decisive. "Let's go take a look." In the front hall, Rong Xiu sat at the head of the table, and Wei Zai sat at the bottom left. Yanqing stood guard outside the door. The atmosphere in the room was cold and tense. Rong Xiu lowered his eyes and took a sip of tea. The green leaves floating in the air emitted a faint fragrance, and there was also a bitter ginger smell in the air. He wasn't used to it before, but now he liked it very much. He was taking his time, but Wei Zai couldn't sit still. He and Rong Xiu were on equal footing, and he was even older, but for some reason, he always felt that he was inferior in terms of aura in front of Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu only put down the teacup after the bitter fragrance of the ginger tea spread between his teeth. Thud. The high-quality porcelain teacup fell on the table, making a sound that was neither loud nor soft. It was especially clear in the silent room. Wei Zai's heart skipped a beat. In that case, that fake Lin Jiang really has nothing to do with the Wei clan? Wei Zai immediately said. Of course. Countless noble clans went to the opening of the New Gate world, but family Wei didn't participate. How could this person have anything to do with us? Yes, I's also very curious about this. Since everyone went, why didn't family Wei go? Such a great opportunity. How could family Wei miss it? Rong Xiu looked up at him with a faint smile. Wei Zai forced a smile and said. Well, I was delayed by some matters at the time, so I didn't have time. Later, I thought it would be too late to go, so I just let it go. Other than Family Wei, there are actually many other noble clans who didn't go, right? It doesn't seem strange. Rong Xiu nodded. Family Wei's words make sense. Wei Zhe sighed in relief. The Holy Sun has always been smart, so I don't think you'll be misled by such things without any evidence. Since that person is dead, there's no evidence. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find the mastermind, Rong Xiu suddenly said. Who said he's dead? Wei Zhe's expression froze for a moment. The connection between him and that person had been cut off. That person was definitely dead. Moreover, didn't Yan Qing say the same thing before? Rong Xiu's lips curved slightly. With a move of his palm, several rays of golden light flew out from between his fingers, instantly forming a square golden cage. In the cage, there was a red and black ball of light. It was the soul of the fake Lin Jiang. Wei Zhe's hands suddenly clenched the armrest of the chair. It took him a lot of effort to resist the urge to stand up. However, the shock and panic that flashed across his face did not escape Rong Xiu's eyes. This person is extremely daring. He tried to steal you Er's 2 Tian baby and even wanted to slander you Er. With so many crimes, wouldn't it be too easy for him to just let him die? Rong Xiu smiled slightly. Does the head of the family Wei think that I am such a soft-hearted person? The corner of Wei Zhe's eyes twitched fiercely. Arrogant. Impudent. In the world of divine ruins, Rong Xiu's fierce reputation was well known. Everyone knew that he was not to be trifled with. However, he actually admitted that he was vicious and merciless in front of everyone. Wasn't he too arrogant? Wasn't this a clear threat to Wei Zhe? Then what did the Holy Sun find out? Wei Zhe asked with a dry throat. Rong Xiu raised his chin. This is a death warrior. I can't get anything out of him. Now that there is only a soul left, it's even harder to get anything out of him. Wei Zhe's hanging heart was just about to calm down when he heard Rong Xiu continue. However, I found a very interesting coincidence. His aura seems to be quite similar to the head of the family Wei. Could it be that the head of the family Wei has something to say about this? Wei Zhe immediately denied it. How is that possible? The Holy Sun must have made a mistake. By the way, speaking of which, the hammer in the head of the family Wei also seems to have an extremely similar aura to this one. Wei Zhe's voice came to an abrupt halt. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2154. He looked at Rong Xiu in bewilderment, trying to figure out something from his face. He had felt that Rong Xiu had guessed something before, but he was not sure. But now, what do you want to say, Son of God? He took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Beating around the bush like this is just wasting our time. Let's get straight to the point. The head of family Wei is really a straightforward person. Rong Xiu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Hand over Wei Shiping, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Wei Zhe's pupils constricted. When Chu Luyue arrived, he saw that the door to the front hall was tightly shut, and Yan Qing was standing guard at the door. He hugged his sword with both hands and straightened his back. He stood there like a miniature iceberg. When he saw Chu Luyue, he immediately wanted to salute, but Chu Luyue waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for that. They're inside? Yan Qing nodded. His Highness said that you can go in directly after you arrive. Chu Luyue was also very curious about the situation inside. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly took a step back and sized up Yan Qing. Yan Qing was a little confused. Is there something wrong with your subordinate? Chu Luyue nodded, then shook his head and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yan Qing, your strength seems to have improved a lot compared to before. She did not notice at first, but after taking a closer look, she realized that Yan Qing's aura was indeed much stronger than before. This cultivation speed is a little too fast. To be able to follow Rong Xiu and be highly regarded by him, Yan Qing's talent was naturally unquestionable. But this progress still surprised Chu Luiyue. Yan Qing didn't expect her to be thinking about this. She paused for a moment. I heard that you went to Family Way alone and invited Wei Zhe back. Chu Luiyue asked again. Yan Qing nodded. Yes. That was even more shocking. The Wei clan was a first-rate aristocratic family after all. He had gone there alone and returned unscathed. If one didn't have a certain level of strength, they wouldn't be able to do it. Chu Luiyue thought for a while, then smiled meaningfully. You really are quite similar to Cin Yi. Cin Yi was someone who hid his strength well, and Yan Qing was even more so. Yan Qing cupped his hands and said, your subordinate doesn't dare. No wonder little Hachi is afraid of you now. She's always been most afraid of Cin Yi, and now you're added to the list. Chu Luiyue teased. Previously, when they were at Yuntian Tower, little Hachi went to find trouble with Yan Qing every day. After coming to Peach Blossom Cove, she restrained herself a lot and even avoided him. Other than Cin Yi, probably only Yan Qing could suppress her. Yan Qing was stunned and pursed his thin lips. Your subordinate didn't mean to offend little Hachi. It's just that there were some misunderstandings previously. Chu Luiyue waved her hand. It's fine. Although little Hachi is a little willful, she doesn't take anything to heart. You don't have to be too concerned. Yan Qing wanted to say something but hesitated. During this period of time, he indeed hadn't met little Hachi. Chu Luiyue didn't notice Yan Qing's expression. After saying that, she planned to push open the door and enter. However, at this moment, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Chu Luiyue took half a step back and bumped into Wei Zhe's face. However, Wei Zhe's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Chu Luiyue had only seen such an expression on his face when she won against him in Tangku's tomb. She instantly smiled. Yo, Family Wei's head? Long time no see. How have you been? When Wei Zhe saw Chu Luiyue, his already terrible mood became even worse. He took a deep breath, and it took him a great deal of effort to finally control his emotions. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first. As he spoke, he was about to leave. Chu Luiyue blocked his path. I just came and the head of Family Wei's head is leaving? What does this mean? You don't want to see me? Of course I don't want to see you. If he wasn't forced to, he wouldn't even come to this place. Wei Zhe cursed in his heart. He felt as if something was about to rush out of his chest. The head of Family Wei indeed has something urgent to do. Rong Xiu walked over unhurriedly and smiled faintly. Let's not waste his time. Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. Her gaze swept back and forth between the two of them, and she was momentarily stunned. Has the discussion been settled? But she still didn't know anything. However, looking at the two of them, there was an 80% chance that Wei Zhe was utterly defeated. Chu Luiyue took a step back. Wei Zhe was about to leave when Rong Xiu reminded him, Family Wei, you seem to have forgotten something? Wei Zhe stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Chu Luiyue. The flesh on his face twitched a few times before he finally spat out a few words. Wei Zhe, apologize to the head of Family Wei. I hope that the head of Family Wei will be magnanimous and not be calculative with me. Chu Luiyue was even more surprised. Wei Zhe was a very stubborn person, but he was actually willing to take the initiative to apologize today. She thought for a moment. Then, head of Family Wei, have a safe trip. Wei Zhe almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He flung his sleeves fiercely and walked away quickly. Chu Luiyue waited until his figure disappeared before she turned to look at Rong Xiu. Isn't this a little too fast? I just got here, it's just a small matter. It's not that complicated. Rong Xiu's lips curved slightly. Chu Luiyue blinked. You asked me to come, just to hear his apology? What did you say to him just now? Why is he willing to lower his head? Rong Xiu smiled. Come in, I'll tell you slowly. The two of them entered the room, and Rong Xiu briefly described what happened earlier. Chu Luiyue was dumbfounded. That's it? That's it. You only mentioned Wei Shiping's name, and he agreed to everything you said? Chu Luiyue thought about it and still found it unbelievable. He thinks so highly of Wei Shiping? Didn't you say that Wei Shiping wanted to be the head of family Wei, and the competition was fierce? That's just a gimmick. From the beginning, Wei Zhe was prepared to give the position of the head of family Wei to Wei Shiping. Otherwise, why would he be the only one among the younger generation of family Wei who went to Lingxiao College? In the eyes of outsiders, Wei Shiping was diligent and studious, but in reality, it was all Wei Zhe's idea to pave the way for Wei Shiping. But, even so, how can you be sure that the person in the hammer is Wei Shiping? Chu Luiyue had his suspicions, but he didn't dare to be sure because he didn't have any evidence. Rong Xiu's lips curled into a faint smile. He thinks highly of that thing, and with that aura, it's enough to confirm. Actually, I don't have any evidence, but I'm just bluffing him. He admitted it himself. Chu Luiyue clicked his tongue. From the beginning to the end, Rong Xiu didn't spend any effort to get rid of Wei Zhe? What a pity, I should have come earlier. Chu Luiyue sighed regretfully. Wei Zhe's expression must have been very interesting. He'll come again. Rong Xiu said. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2155. However, there is indeed something wrong with his hammer. After Wei Shiping was expelled from the academy, he disappeared without a trace. The outside world had been spreading rumors, and even the family Wei had no news of him. Who would have thought that he was actually hiding in there? Chu Luiyue tapped her finger on the table lightly. I don't know what happened in the middle. When Wei Zhe comes again, everything will be clear. Rong Xiu said and paused. Oh right, I plan to help Senior Tang Ku reconstruct his body. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Now? Yes. I didn't completely destroy the body of the fake Lin Jiang. I left his remains behind. Now, I can leave it for Senior Tang Ku to use. Tang Ku was a venerable god expert when he was alive. If he had the bones of a venerable god, this matter would be much simpler. Chu Luiyue clapped her hands and laughed. That's great. Fortunately, you remembered, otherwise, you would have missed a great opportunity. The pills that Mr. Su needs have been refined. As long as we can find the bones of a stage 9 martial artist, we can reconstruct the body. If Senior Tang Ku can do the same, that would be the best. Rong Xiu smiled. Previously, Tang Ku was not in a hurry. But ever since Chu Luiyue finished refining the pill, Tang Ku became anxious. She was worried day and night, afraid that she would come out too late and delay things. How could Tang Ku let go of a venerable god skeleton? Rong Xiu couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. But if that's the case, doesn't everyone know about the existence of Mr. Su and Senior Tang Ku? Then their identities. Chu Luiyue was a little conflicted. When they left the stone forest, the world only thought that she had obtained Tang Ku's inheritance. If Tang Ku and Su Li appeared again, it would be earth-shattering news to the entire Divine Ruins world. Rong Xiu's expression was calm. Senior Tang Ku told me before that the Tang family has been disbanded and he plans to stay in Peach Blossom Cove. If you are willing, he wants to be a nominal elder here. However, if you are unwilling, then forget it. The corners of Chu Luiyue's eyes twitched. Forget it? How could he just let this go? That was Tang Ku. I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. It was unknown how many people in the Divine Ruins world wanted to meet Tang Ku, but they couldn't. She had directly invited Tang Ku to become an elder and oversee the Peach Blossom Cove. How could he reject such a good thing? Su Li had expressed similar wishes before, but she did not expect Tang Ku to also. Please help me tell Senior Tang Ku that he is most welcome. Chu Luiyue stood up happily. If that's the case, then I'll go do Mr. Su's thing first. It was too easy to find the bones of a rank 9 warrior in the Peach Blossom Cove. Previously, she had already sent Shifang to look for them. Now, she could go and choose. With that, she turned around and left. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. When Chu Luiyue arrived at Shifang's courtyard, he was cooking on a stove in the corner of the courtyard. After not coming for a period of time, his small courtyard was already filled with all kinds of fruits and vegetables, and a considerable number of them had already grown. A rich fragrance wafted out, almost filling the entire courtyard. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and suddenly felt his appetite increase. In fact, at their cultivation level, they could already rely on absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. It was no longer important whether they ate or not. But Shifang was very persistent. Some time ago, he had been constantly running around, planting vegetables in several places, but in the end, they did not grow. This was why he had been starving until now. This was his first meal. "You're here? Take a seat first." Shifang heard the commotion and said without turning his head. Chu Luiyue turned his head and saw a long table on the other side of the courtyard with a few stools on both sides. It seemed to have been prepared long ago. Chu Luiyue asked. "Shifang, who are you waiting for?" Hearing the voice, Shifang was shocked and quickly turned around. "Master? Why are you here?" Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows. "Can't I come?" "Of course not." A voice suddenly came from behind, startling Chu Luiyue. She turned around, only to see that Sanson was already standing behind her without her knowing. Behind him stood Jianghu and a few others. At this moment, they were all holding bowls and chopsticks in their hands, looking like they were about to come over to eat. Chu Luiyue glanced at them. Why are you all here?" "Master, we're here to eat." Sanson's small eyes narrowed with a smile. "If I had known that you would come, I would have brought an extra bowl." The corner of Chu Luiyue's mouth twitched. No need. I just came over to take a look. I didn't expect to bump into, Master, you're here at the right time." Shifang waved the ladle in his hand. "Please take a seat first. I have new bowls and chopsticks in my room." "That's right. You're here at the right time today. Go in. The food will get cold if we wait any longer." Let's go." Sanson and a few others surrounded Chu Luiyue and walked in. By the time Chu Luiyue reacted, she was already sitting at one end of the long table in a daze. Sanson and the others sat on both sides. Shifang was serving the dishes eagerly and diligently. Chu Luiyue glanced at them. "All vegetarian?" "Sigh, it's all tearing up." Shifang put down the last dish in his hand and said with emotion, "I've been here for too short a time and didn't have time to raise those little guys. Besides, second brother isn't here, and I don't know how to raise them, so I simply gave up. Today's meal is already hard to come by. Master, please don't mind." Chu Luiyue trembled all over. Some not-so-beautiful images surged in her mind. That's right, in the 13U palace, the second brother liked to raise little guys. In the past, they had caused a lot of trouble in the palace. Until now, she still remembered the scene of her study being occupied by a few little guys. Forget it. This is pretty good. Chu Luiyue coughed. Shifang's culinary skills were very good. Although they were all vegetarian dishes, they looked, smelled, and tasted good. This was also why Sanson and the others rushed over for this meal. "Shifang, have a seat too." Chu Luiyue looked around and asked. "Biyao didn't come today?" "Master, you forgot that fifth brother is in charge of guarding the door realm today," Jianghu said as she placed the wooden sword by her feet. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. "Then, let's eat." "Master, wait a moment." As Shifang spoke, he placed a set of cutlery beside her. Chu Luiyue blinked. This position, Just as she was thinking, another person arrived outside the door. It was Tsun-yi. He was dressed in a green robe, and his movements were like green bamboo in the wind, carrying a carefree aura. For such a person to appear here, it was really a little inappropriate. When Tsun-yi saw Chu Luiyue, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but he quickly calmed down and walked over. Everyone whispered. Master, your seat originally belonged to Big Brother. But now that she was here, Tsun-yi could only be one seat below her. Tsun-yi quickly walked forward. Master. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2156. Chu Luiyue waved her hand. Sit. Thank you, Master. After Tsun-yi finished speaking, he readily sat down. Master, why are you free today? It's nothing big. I just came to ask Shifang for something. I just happened to make it. Tsun-yi looked enlightened. Then you should try it too. Shifang's culinary skills are pretty good. Chu Luiyue was speechless. She wasn't here to eat today. Then she heard her own voice. Okay. After a short silence, Chu Luiyue started eating. Then Tsun-yi. Finally, everyone was able to eat. Ah. Shifang was so touched that his eyes brimmed with tears. If I still can't eat, I'll really starve to death. Who can you blame for being too picky? Little Hachi scoffed. She picked up another mouthful of food and piled it in 13's bowl. 13, you're still growing. Eat more, okay? 13 tried his best to eat as he asked. Thank you, Sister 8. Sister 8, you don't like this dish either? Little Hachi sighed. I've been on a diet recently, so I have to eat less. 13 was stunned. Sister 8, vegetables, will get fat too? Little Hachi glanced at him resentfully. You're still young, and it's time for you to lose weight. How would you understand your Sister 8's troubles? 13 nodded as if he understood, and began to eat the food in his bowl again. Although he ate a lot and quickly, he didn't seem to be wolfing down the food. He had learned a lot after following Tsun-yi all these years, including this. Chu Luiyue's lips twitched. Little Hachi clearly didn't like that dish. Even if she lay down all day without moving, her waist would still be thin. It was a natural trait. Speaking of which, she was second only to Shifang in terms of pickiness in the 13U tribe. By the way, when is second brother coming? Chu Luiyue looked at Tsun-yi. Tsun-yi paused. He sent a letter some time ago saying that he's on his way here. Judging by the time, he should be here soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Luiyue suddenly heard a commotion outside. They all turned their heads to look and saw a group of magical beasts suddenly swarming towards them. Chu Luiyue was stunned. These were the demonic beasts that she had brought back from the Black Demon Cave. She had already released them back into the forest, but now, suddenly, she thought of something. Second brother is back. Shifang stood up excitedly. True enough. Chu Luiyue looked over and saw a tall figure faintly discernible among the group of magical beasts. Tsun-yi put down his chopsticks. Speak of the devil. Yujio muttered softly as she raised the wooden sword in her hand. Sanson grasped the bowl in his hand tightly and said nervously, "This is too sudden. Why didn't you tell me in advance?" 13 quickly finished the last mouthful of rice in his bowl. If he didn't eat now, he might not be able to eat later. Little Hachi got up seductively and was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she was beside Chu Luiyue and held her arm. "Mistress, let me lean on your shoulder for a while." Chu Luiyue was speechless. Ha ha ha. Big brother. You're all here. A thunderous voice was heard. Come, come, all of you, make way. These words were directed at the group of magical beasts. As soon as he spoke, the magic beasts that were following him obediently opened up a path, but they still followed closely behind him, blindly following his every step. If others saw this scene, their eyeballs would probably fall out of their sockets. There were at least a dozen of these magical beasts, and they were all divine beasts. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for ordinary people to get close. However, these magical beasts were all sticking to him and obeying his orders. However, Sun Yi and the others didn't seem surprised by this at all. To put it bluntly, to them, this scene was not as impactful as this man's appearance. He picked up a little thing hanging in front of his chest and placed it on his shoulder. Then, he walked towards everyone. This was a man who looked to be in his late 20s. He was extremely tall, almost as tall as Zichen. His skin was wheat-colored, his eyebrows were sharp, and his facial features were strong. There was a jade seal on his waist. It was the size of a thumb and was exquisite and translucent. Other than that, there were no other accessories on him. When he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he turned around and said to the magical beasts, "Stay here obediently. All of you stay here obediently. Don't move around without my orders, understand?" Those magical beasts really obediently stopped where they were. Only the one on his shoulder suddenly jumped down and ran towards 13. 13 instantly recognized that it was the red cloud leopard cub and smiled. The little scarlet cloud leopard jumped into 13's arms and was caught by him. "You also came with second brother?" The little red cloud leopard rubbed against his chest and snorted twice. "It seems like it really likes you. It actually abandoned second brother to come to you." Jiao exclaimed. "Haha. You're cooking. Looks like I came at the right time." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and his gaze landed on Chu Luyue. After being stunned for a short while, his eyes quickly surged with excitement. "Master?" Chu Luyue's current appearance was almost 80% similar to before. That unique aura was really too easy to recognize. Chu Luyue sighed softly in his heart and pursed his lips into a smile. Although they had not seen each other for only a few years, to them, they had been separated by life and death. Now that they met again, everything from yesterday appeared vividly before their eyes. It was as if nothing had happened in between. They were still the same as before. "Shuang, long time no see. Welcome back. Wonderful book house." Chapter 2157. That's right. The tall and strong man in front of him was ranked second in the 13 guards. He had a very memorable name, Hua Shuang. Although it sounded a little weird for a man to use these 3 words, Hua Shuang didn't think so herself. He was very open-minded about these things. Besides, it was Chu Luyue who was calling him. "Greetings, master." Hua Shuang immediately knelt on one knee and bowed solemnly. Chu Luyue raised his hand and a gentle force helped him up. "No need to be so polite, come here." Hua Shuang got up and walked forward. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, the magical beasts behind him became restless again. Chu Luyue was a little helpless. "You went to tease them again?" Speaking of this, Hua Shuang was a little embarrassed. "After coming to Peach Blossom Dock, I wanted to come here directly, but I happened to meet, so I went to the mountain for a few rounds." This was also the reason why he was late to the party. Chu Luyue face-bombed. Hua Shuang had a special characteristic: he liked magical beasts. To be precise, he liked to tame beasts. Generally speaking, magical beasts were wild by nature and were naturally wary and repulsed by humans. Unless it was a contract, it was very difficult for humans to control magical beasts for their own use. But Hua Shuang was different. For some reason, he was very popular with all kinds of magical beasts and could easily tame them. He didn't expect that even the divine beasts were like this now. "It's okay, you came at the right time. We were talking about you just now. Sit." Sanson immediately moved to the side, so Jiao followed suit. Hua Shuang sat down and saw Sanson beside him. He immediately laughed. "Sanson, I haven't seen you in so long, but you've become rounder. Looks like you've been living well recently." Second brother, you're joking with me again. Second brother, I thought that you would bring some food with you this time. Shi Fang was a little disappointed. Master said that we were all vegetarian just now. Hua Shuang put his fist to his lips and coughed. This. I really can't help it. I rushed over after hearing the news. It's really inconvenient to bring you along. That's true. Shi Fang immediately felt guilty. I didn't think it through. Hua Shuang waved her hand carelessly, indicating that she didn't care. However, this action of his caused the magical beasts guarding outside to become restless again. The few in front of them even approached them tentatively. Hua Shuang immediately raised her chin and gave them a warning look. What did you say? Go back. Perhaps it was because his words were more severe this time, but after lingering at the door for a while, the magic beasts finally left reluctantly. A few of them retreated a distance away, but they still stayed behind. The atmosphere of the banquet instantly recovered from its tense state. Sanson put down the bowl in her hand. Yujio released the wooden sword. 13 stroked the little red cloud leopard in his arms and thought to himself, this time, I can eat my fill. Little Hachi gently exhaled and fanned herself with her palm. Fortunately, her new clothes and exquisite makeup wouldn't be ruined by those little things. Chu Luiyue looked at Hua Shuang with appreciation. Shuang, it seems that you've improved a lot. In the past, when Hua Shuang was taming beasts, she often caused a mess because she couldn't control them well. However, this time, it was very effective. Those divine beasts seemed to be exceptionally obedient. Hua Shuang laughed. It's been so long. If I can't even do this well, I really don't have the face to see you. Although she said this in a joking tone, Chu Luiyue could hear the seriousness in her words. Something seemed to surge up from the bottom of her heart. It was slightly sour and warm. It's good that you're here. Hua Shuang said. Master, I heard that the magical beasts in Peach Blossom Dock were all brought back by you. Chu Luiyue smiled and briefly told her what happened. A trace of surprise flashed across Hua Shuang's eyes. No wonder. Generally speaking, these divine beasts are arrogant and rarely live together in such a messy place. So it's because of this. Besides, with the red gold celestial phoenix suppressing them, they're much more well-behaved. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up. Hua Shuang's words made sense. These magical beasts were full of respect and admiration for Dumpling. Even if Dumpling didn't care about them, they would still pay attention to them. Oh right, actually, Dumpling is little 9. You haven't seen each other for a long time. She must miss you very much. Chu Luiyue smiled. At that time, Dumpling was still a 9-colored heavenly pheasant, which was also the highest-level magical beast in the Tianling imperial capital. When the human and beast worked together, they could be considered invincible. Thus, their relationship had always been very good. Really? Hua Shuang was very surprised. Actually, she had already vaguely guessed it before. Now that she heard Chu Luiyue's confirmation, she instantly felt more at ease. But she's not here now. She's busy with other things. I'll bring you to see her later. Hua Shuang immediately agreed. Thank you, Master. Chu Luiyue paused for a moment before asking. How have you been these few years? On the other side, Dumpling was helping Zichen bandage his wound. She carefully removed the gauze, cleaned his wound, and applied a layer of medicine. Finally, she wrapped it again with clean white gauze. After some work, she finally clapped her hands in satisfaction. All right. Zichen, how do you think I bandaged your wound for you? Zichen looked down at the bow on his wrist and remained silent for a long time. Pretty good. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2158. Dumpling was very happy to be praised. Hee, don't worry. With me around, you'll recover very quickly. Zichen glanced at her. Seeing that her eyes were bright and her expression was firm, his handsome and cold brows relaxed a little. Okay. Dumpling put away the rest of the medicine. You said that your injury will take 10 days. She turned around and looked outside. A trace of doubt flashed in her big black grape-like eyes. Why are they all here again? Zichen also noticed something and looked out of the window. Both of them were mythical beasts, so they were naturally very sensitive to the aura of mythical beasts. Many mythical beasts suddenly swarmed into the Yu residence. Except for the first time when they were brought back, such a situation had never happened again. Now, this was, I know. Tuanzi seemed to suddenly think of something and clapped her hands. He must be here. Zichen's eyes turned slightly. Him? Who? Dumpling smiled with curved eyes. You don't know him. But he's a very nice person. He's probably the only one who can bring so many mythical beasts here. Zichen looked at her cheerful smile and asked, It seems that you have a good relationship. Yes. It's been a long time since we last met. Dumpling said as she jumped onto a stool and swung her 2 white little feet. She rested her chin on her hands as if she was reminiscing about something. Zichen said. Since he's here now, why don't you go and meet him? That won't do. Dumpling immediately propped herself up and said with a serious face. You said that I have to stay here and take care of you. How can I just leave like that? Zichen closed his eyes. Anyway, the medicine has been changed. There's nothing for you to do here. She won't really blame you. Dumpling pursed her lips. That's not the case. Zichen didn't say anything else. Dumpling clasped her little hands and hesitated for a while. Zichen, you seem to be in a bad mood? No. Is it too boring to stay here? No. Then, Dumpling pouted and pondered seriously for a while before she calmed down again. Zichen was seriously injured and felt uncomfortable all over. It was normal for him to be in a bad mood, right? She decided not to disturb his rest. The room fell into silence again. On the other side, Chu Luiyue was a little surprised after hearing Hua Shuangshuang's words. So you came to the Divine Ruins world with Sanson? Yes. But we ran into some trouble and parted ways. Originally, I wanted to contact Sanson as soon as possible and join him, but at that time, I was injured and in a coma for a long time. Fortunately, someone saved me and I survived. Later on, although his body recovered, he lost contact with Sanson. It was only when he heard about the Peach Blossom Cove that he rushed over. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. Within the Divine Ruins world, being alone was simply too dangerous, unless one was a top-notch expert. Hua Shuangshuang had her own difficulties. Fortunately, that was all in the past. You seem to be about to break through to the Supreme God level? Chu Luiyue asked tentatively. Hua Shuangshuang didn't hide it and admitted frankly, Master, you're right. You're right, Master. I'm only one step away from Her Eminence. Although it was difficult to take this step, it was already very rare to be able to reach this level in such a short time. The 13 Yu guards were all very talented. In the past, they were trapped in the cultivation environment of Tianling, so the realm they could cultivate to was limited. But in the Divine Ruins world, the energy of heaven and earth was abundant, which was greatly beneficial for cultivation. Their strength also increased rapidly. And Hua Shuangshuang was the best among them. Sanson exclaimed, Second brother, are you really going to break through to the Supreme God level? Hua Shuangshuang pondered for a moment. If I can cultivate in the Peach Blossom Cove, I should be able to smoothly break through in half a year. Everyone in the room was shocked. They all knew Hua Shuangshuang's character. He was not a person who liked to boast. On the contrary, he was very humble most of the time. Since even he said so, then, it seemed that he was 90% confident in this matter. Sanson's face was full of admiration. Second brother, you're amazing. I'm only at level 9 now. I don't even know when I can break through to the Supreme God level. Chu Luyue silently glanced at Sanson. This child just broke through to level 7 not long ago, right? How did he break through to level 9 so quickly and plan to become a supreme god? Although people often said that there were supreme gods everywhere in the Divine Ruins world, this was ultimately an exaggeration. It was not that easy to break through to the supreme god level. Moreover, how old was Sanson now? I really don't know how Cini taught him, Hua Shuang laughed. Little Sanson, you're already better than many people. When Sanson was your age, he hadn't even broken through to level 7. The flesh on Sanson's face trembled as he tried to win back some face for himself. But at that time, I had already started to help Master manage the finances. Chu Luyue reminded him. Sanson, back then, you finished reading the Tianling Imperial Capital's accounts for the past 10 years in 2 hours. This doesn't seem to affect your cultivation, right? Sigh. Sanson shrunk his neck guiltily. Chu Luyue teased, if this continues, you'll probably be the one who can't fight the most among the 13 you guards. Sanson moved his body and whispered. That might not be the case. If he cultivated seriously, he wouldn't be much worse than them, right? Oh right, who else is in the Divine Ruins world now? Chu Luyue looked at Cini. Cini shook his head. No. Chu Luyue thought for a moment. I've already sent Lin Qifei and the others to the New Gate world. The teleportation array between the Tianling Imperial Capital and the Tianling Imperial Capital should be completed soon. By then, it will be much more convenient to travel. You can just ask them to come over. Originally, Peach Blossom Dock had a gate world that directly connected the outside of the Divine Ruins world. However, there was a problem some time ago, so it was temporarily sealed. Chu Luyue was just worrying about this problem when a new door appeared in front of her. This time, the people from Peach Blossom Dock could first reach the New Gate world from here before heading out of the Divine Ruins world. Although it was a little troublesome to change locations, the good thing was that the distance was not too far. Furthermore, the teleportation array in the middle was gradually being built, so it was still feasible. Yes. After the lively meal, Cini and the others left. Only Hua Shuang was asked to stay by Chu Luyue. After I help Mr. Su reconstruct his body, I'll take you to see Dumpling. Hua Shuang nodded in agreement at first, then suddenly realized something. Mr. Su? Which Mr. Su? Chu Luyue's lips curved slightly. Shifang, where are the things I asked you to choose? They're over there. Come with me. Shifang knew that this matter was very important to her, so he was very cautious and meticulous. He brought Chu Luyue to the room next door. In the room, there were 9 skeletons neatly placed. These are all carefully selected by me. They're all here. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2159. Hua Shuang stood outside the door and saw the situation in the house. Her expression was strange. After not seeing her for so long, why did Master, boom? A thunderous sound suddenly exploded in the sky. Hua Shuang immediately looked up and saw that the clear sky was now covered with dark clouds. A silver Tianlei was rolling in the clouds. With such a commotion, it must be something unusual. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, the Tianlei landed and went straight to the Yu residence. Hua Shuang's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze followed the Tianlei and found that it finally landed somewhere in the Yu residence. Boom! In an instant, silver light splashed everywhere. Hua Shuang took a few steps forward and looked over. She could vaguely see a few bright golden lights. Chu Luyue heard the commotion and turned around to take a look. Her lips curved up. His movements are actually so fast. Looking at the situation, Rong Xiu should be able to end it very quickly. After all, Rong Xiu had the venerable god skeleton and Tang Ku was very strong. It would be much easier for them to progress. She retracted her gaze and looked at them one by one. She chose the most suitable one. This one. While Hua Shuangshuang was shocked by the commotion, Chu Luiyue brought the skeleton to the courtyard. She placed the skeleton on the ground and sat cross-legged. Chi! A reddish gold flame gushed out from her palm. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the flames suddenly flew up and landed lightly on the skeleton in front of her. A stage 9 skeleton naturally couldn't withstand the fire's strength, so Chu Luiyue had already wrapped it with her force. Wherever the flame passed, the skeleton became much cleaner than before. This was to expel the impurities in the skeleton and also to increase its toughness so that the following process could be carried out smoothly. Hua Shuangshuang was shocked. Rank 9 warrior? Master was helping a rank 9 warrior reconstruct his body? That seemed impossible, right? And over there, she seemed to be helping the venerable god reconstruct his body. What was going on? Mr. Su, you can come out now. Chu Luiyue said softly after he finished refining the skeleton. As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent figure appeared in the courtyard. Shi Fang had long known about this, but seeing Su Li with his own eyes at this time, he still felt very curious and shocked. Meanwhile, Hua Shuangshuang was completely dumbfounded. Mr. Su is a woman? He had heard of Mr. Su's name. When he heard Chu Luiyue say that he would help Mr. Su reconstruct his body, he realized that the mysterious Mr. Su was not dead. Before the waves in his heart could calm down, another wave of shock was stirred up. Su Li covered her mouth and smiled. It seems like it's better for me to appear as a man in the future to avoid scaring everyone. Chu Luiyue smiled and shook his head. I don't think Senior Tang Ku is willing. Su Li suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but she did not refute. After a short pause, she thanked Shi Fang again. Shi Fang was overwhelmed by the favor. He did not think that this figure that only existed in legends was actually so amiable and approachable. Mr. Su, please. Chu Luiyue's expression became much more serious. Su Li nodded and took the pill that Chu Luiyue had refined before. Her body moved, and she overlapped with the skeleton. Chu Luiyue waved his hands lightly, and the reddish gold flames surged again. Time slowly passed, and flesh gradually grew on the skeleton. Perhaps it was because of the pill's help, the skeleton really made it through. Night fell, and Su Li's body was finally completed. Chu Luiyue's eyes were fixed on it, not daring to relax at all. She knew that the closer it was to the end, the more she could not be careless. This pill was not easy to obtain, and Su Li's soul power was weak to begin with. If she did not succeed this time, it would have a great impact on Su Li. Kaboom! Not far away, another Tianlei fell. The next moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the sky. Bathed in lightning. Chu Luiyue quickly looked up, and her heart skipped a beat. Although she could not see the face clearly, she was sure that the person was Tang Ku. The appearance of Her Eminence caused a great commotion. Everyone in Peach Blossom Dock City looked in the direction of the Yu residence. This commotion. Someone has broken through to Her Eminence? No way. This is not how Her Eminence breaks through. But the aura around that person is indeed that of Her Eminence. Just now, several Tianlei fell and a golden light appeared in the Yu residence. Could it be, the Holy Sun has made his move? Just as everyone was puzzled, the figure in the sky finally devoured the last Tianlei's energy. His figure and appearance gradually came into view. Seeing the unfamiliar face, many people looked at each other. There was no such person in Peach Blossom Dock City. At this moment, the man cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Tang Ku of the Tang family thanks Holy Sun Yu for saving my life. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded. Tang family? Which Tang family? I don't think there is such a family in the Divine Ruins world. Tang Ku. This is the Holy Son of Craftsmanship, Tang Ku. Which other Tang family could it be? In this world, only one person dares to call himself Tang Ku of the Tang family. After a short moment of silence, everyone came to their senses. For a moment, the entire Peach Blossom dock was in deep shock and excitement. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that Tang Ku was still alive. More importantly, he said that he thanked the two people for saving his life. Didn't they say that the Yu residents had inherited Senior Tang Ku's legacy? How? How did he even manage to save someone? Chu Luiyue retracted his gaze and took out a 2-tian baby. The lush green leaves swayed gently. Whoosh! The surrounding energy of heaven and earth began to rush into Su Li's body. She had not broken through to High God, so she could not use Tianlei to refine her body. Using the 2-tian baby was a good choice. The rich energy and vigorous vitality flowed into Su Li's body continuously. Then, she finally opened her eyes. A pair of eyes that were as gentle as spring water shone brightly. Chu Luiyue was overjoyed. It's done. However, just as she was about to stop, she suddenly realized that the energy was still rushing towards Su Li. Boom! In the sky, a Tianlei suddenly appeared. Chu Luiyue looked up and instantly understood what was going on. Su Li. Is she going to break through to High God? Just as the thought flashed across her mind, the Tianlei suddenly fell and went straight for Su Li. Su Li also looked up and looked at the Tianlei. There was no trace of fear on her face. Instead, there was a hint of excitement and excitement. She had always known that her talent as a martial artist was extremely average. She might not be able to break through to High God in her lifetime. But this time. Is my chance finally here? Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2160. While the people in the city were still shocked by Tang Ku's appearance, another figure flew out of the Yu mansion. It was obviously a woman. Before the people could tell who it was, they saw Tianlei striking down. The woman's figure was instantly enveloped by the light. Who's that? I didn't see clearly. But it's strange. Chu Luiyue stood up and looked up at the figure shrouded in the light. She only wanted to help Su Li reconstruct her body, but she did not expect that. Soon, the light surged into Su Li's body, and her aura surged. She had officially broken through to the High God level. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the woman. She was wearing a long dress, and her hair was long enough to reach her ankles. A ruby headband was tied around her forehead. She had a beautiful face and a gentle temperament. She just stood there, and even the night wind seemed to have become gentler. This woman. She's very beautiful. After a while, someone spoke. But her strength is nothing in Peach Blossom Dock, right? That was the truth. There were many high gods in Peach Blossom Dock, not to mention Shangguan Jing and the other high gods. This woman looked to be in her 20s. To them, breaking through to the high god level at such a young age was nothing out of the ordinary. However, as soon as the man finished speaking, he felt a chill on his back. He turned his head instinctively and saw Tang Ku looking at him. Tang Ku's expression was very calm, but when her eyes looked over, there was an invisible pressure that was hard to bear. The man who spoke panicked, and his legs turned to jelly. Did he say something wrong just now? Let me introduce you. Tang Ku said. This is my wife, Su Li, everyone. Su Li. Chu Luiyue. She knew that this woman had been in love with Mr. Su for a long time, but wasn't she a little too fast? Why did she feel that this woman was a little thick-skinned? Su Li glared at Tang Ku. Tang Ku, what are you talking about? They hadn't even started anything yet, and they were already husband and wife? How could such a thing happen? Tang Ku was surprised. Lizzie, we have been buried together for tens of thousands of years. Aren't we husband and wife? Su Li was speechless. Chu Luiyue applauded and gave him a thumbs up. How was this being thick-skinned? This was clearly being shameless. On the other side of the courtyard, Rong Xiu stood with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yan Qing behind him. Well, at least he was smarter than this. Yan Qing had a blank expression on his face. Master, did I do anything wrong? Rong Xiu shook his head. No, even if his brain was smashed, he still wouldn't be enlightened, so why bother? Everyone in the Peach Blossom dock was watching the situation. When they heard Tang Ku's words, everyone was shocked. Wasn't Tang Ku unmarried? Why did he suddenly have a wife? They even said that they had been buried together for tens of thousands of years. Then why did they come out now? In addition, this woman's attitude towards Tang Ku. Isn't it a little too casual? Isn't he just an exalted god? At this moment, Rong Xiu's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Congratulations, Senior Tang Ku. Congratulations, Mr. Su. His thin scarlet lips curled up slightly, and his attitude was very polite. When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. Mr. Su? Damn! Don't tell me it's Mr. Su who fought with Senior Tang Ku back then? Su Li looked at the person who spoke and said seriously, it's me. Why, is it strange? Everyone was speechless. It wasn't strange. It was magical. Hua Shuang's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't be blamed for overreacting just now. It was just too shocking. Didn't you see how many people were shocked speechless by the news? In comparison, his performance just now was not bad. Chu Luiyue also flew over. The two seniors have successfully reconstructed their bodies, and Mr. Su has successfully become an exalted god. This is great news. This sentence could be considered as an explanation for everyone. After a short pause, everyone gradually came to their senses. Buried together for tens of thousands of years, reconstructed their bodies. In that case, not only did Master Yu obtain Senior Tang Ku's inheritance, but he also brought the two of them back? Someone exclaimed. Not only did he bring them back, but he also helped them reconstruct their bodies. Tang Ku was in a good mood and immediately said, that's right. My wife and I are very fated with the Saint and Master Yu. Plus, we are very grateful for your help this time, so we plan to stay in Peach Blossom Dock from now on. Everyone was silent for a moment. Both of them were going to stay in Peach Blossom Dock. What did this mean? It went without saying. In the past 10,000 years, there had only been 2 weapon refining saints in the entire Divine Ruins world. And now, both of them were going to stay in Peach Blossom Dock and become members of the Yu family. When the news spread, it would shake the entire Divine Ruins world. If the Yu family had finally gained a foothold in the Divine Ruins world before, then they were almost at the top now. Tang Ku and Su Li's attitude was very significant. Chu Luiyue cupped his fists and thanked them solemnly. It's Peach Blossom Dock's blessing that the two seniors have such intentions. The news of Tang Ku and Su Li's reappearance spread throughout the Divine Ruins world at the fastest speed. Many people's first reaction was disbelief. But after asking around, they found out that it was true. Not only that, the two of them were going to stay in Peach Blossom Dock. It was obvious that they were going to stand on their side. For a moment, the entire Divine Ruins world was shaken. Everyone knew that in this way, the situation of the Divine Ruins world would definitely change greatly. And at this time, the choice to make was extremely important. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2161. Family Wei. Wei Song hurried to Wudong Garden. This was Wei Zai's residence, but Wei Qihan was the only one guarding the door. Where's the family head? He hasn't come out yet? Wei Song stood outside the courtyard and looked inside. Wei Qihan nodded. Yes. Wei Song frowned. Ever since Wei Zai returned from Peach Blossom Cove yesterday, he had locked himself in his room and hadn't come out since. No one knew what had happened to him at Peach Blossom Cove. The entire family Wei was talking about it. Wei Song was about to walk in when Wei Qihan stopped him. Elder Wei Song, the family head said he wants to be alone. You should wait a little longer, I have something to report to the family head. This matter cannot be delayed. Wei Song frowned. Are you trying to stop me? Wei Qihan's heart trembled. After hesitating for a moment, he took a step back. I wouldn't dare. Even though they were both elders, Wei Song's status in the family Wei was revered. Wei Qihan could not compare to him. Wei Song walked straight to Wei Zai's room. At the same time, Wei Zai closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. His brows were furrowed, and he looked tired. He had been in this position for a day and a night. Currently, there were two paths in front of him. Either he kept his promise with Rong Xiu and sent Wei Shiping to Peach Blossom Cove. Or he bowed his head to Jun Jiuqing and continued to stand on his side. These two choices had their pros and cons for him and the entire family Wei. But he did not trust Rong Xiu, nor did he trust Jun Jiuqing. No matter what he did, he would be handing Wei Shiping over to others to do whatever they wanted with him. He would be in a passive position. Wei Zai did not want to choose either of these two paths. But now, everything was clearly out of his control. Patriarch? Hearing the sound outside, he finally pulled himself back from his thoughts. Elder Wei Song? Please come in. Wei Song pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he walked in, he saw the haggard Wei Zai, and the confusion in his heart deepened. What is the patriarch worried about? After so many years, he had rarely seen Wei Zai like this. Wei Zai shook his head and rubbed his face. Nothing, it's just that. I suddenly thought of sheeping. Wei Song understood. Elder Wei Song said that he had something important to report. What is it? Wei Zai asked. Wei Song's expression instantly turned serious. It seems that the family head still doesn't know that Tang Ku and Mr. Su have appeared. Wei Zai didn't react for a moment. What did you say? The two of them didn't truly die back then. Instead, they each left behind a soul. Moreover, they had already reconstructed their physical bodies. It was said that Rong Xiu and Sheng Guanyu had helped them. Wei Song took a deep breath. More importantly, the two of them said that they would stay in Peach Blossom Dock from now on. Hearing this, Wei Zai suddenly realized what had happened. He stood up abruptly. The chair behind him fell heavily to the ground from the impact. However, Wei Zai couldn't care less at this time. What you said, is all true? It's absolutely true. Now that the news has spread, everyone in the Divine Ruins world should know. Wei Song knew what he was thinking and shook his head. It can't be fake. In this world, no one would dare to impersonate Tang Ku and Mr. Su. Wei Zai's heart sank. That's right. Even if someone ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, they would never dare to do such a thing. Besides, everyone thought that the two of them had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Who would think of impersonating them? Everything could only prove that all of this was true. Tang Ku. Mr. Su. Wei Zai murmured and slammed his fist on the table. When they left Tang Ku's tomb, they must have, he didn't notice it at all. Actually, he wasn't the only one. There were so many people who went to the stone forest at that time, but no one noticed anything strange. Previously, everyone was at most envious and jealous of them for obtaining Tang Ku's inheritance. Now, the only two artifact refining saints had become their people. Peach Blossom Dock was not to be trifled with, and now they were going to dominate. Wei Song looked at Wei Zai with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. This was indeed shocking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over after hearing about it. However, Wei Zai's reaction was too big. Master, what did you say to them when you went to Peach Blossom Dock? If it was really as Wei Zai said before, that he had gone to resolve the misunderstanding, then it shouldn't be like this now, right? Wei Song felt that there was something wrong with this. Wei Zai took a deep breath and said, nothing. Because of sheeping, I was a little estranged with them. There was also some unhappiness in Tang Ku's tomb. That's why they suspected that I was behind the Mahayana sex incident. But now, everything has been explained clearly. Wei Song didn't believe Wei Zai's words and said half tentatively, he said tentatively, that's good. With Tang Ku and Tang Ku's support, Rong Xiao and Shengguan you will be even more difficult to deal with in the future. Even if we can't be friends with them, we definitely can't be enemies with them. Wei Zai closed his eyes and was silent for a long time before he said, you're right. After such a big thing happened, we still have to do something. Master, you mean, I'll leave immediately and go to Peach Blossom Dock again to give them a congratulatory gift. Take it as, for family Wei. Again? Wei Song was a little hesitant. For the current Peach Blossom Dock, it was a little too late to curry favor, right? Wei Zai laughed self-deprecatingly. No matter what, I have to go this time. Wei Song felt that Wei Zai was implying something, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was nothing wrong with what Wei Zai had done. After all, this was something that would bring more benefits to the entire family Wei. Master, what do you plan to choose as a congratulatory gift? The clan stockpile, I already have a choice in my heart. Elder Wei Song, you don't have to worry about it. Wei Zai closed his eyes. I want to rest for a while. Elder Wei Song, if there's nothing else, please go ahead. Wei Song wanted to say something, but when he saw Wei Zai's tired expression, he swallowed his words and only nodded before turning to leave. The door closed, and the room fell into a dead silence again. After a long time, Wei Zai sighed deeply. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Peach Blossom Dock. Tang Ku and Su Li's appearance caused a huge uproar in the city. However, the two people in the center of the storm chose to quietly stay in the Yu residence, as if they had made up their minds to live here from now on. With this matter settled, Chu Luiyue felt much more relaxed. Thus, when the matter was over, she brought Hua Shuangshuang to find Dumpling the next morning. The only thing that Chu Luiyue did not have the strength to complain was that when they arrived outside the courtyard, more than 10 magical beasts followed behind them. Wonderful book house that you're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.